Αγαπητές και αγαπητοί κύριοι σύνεδροι,
Dear participants, good morning. I would like to welcome you on the second day of our conference. It is a conference that includes the so-called short papers. This is a session organized upon initiative of the organizing committee in order to publish a call for papers for this conference. We have seen vivid response, and it is with great pleasure that we are being joined today by my fellow panelists. We will start the session with the paper of Mr. Manolis Patedakis. He's in a focus on the recreation anaplastis of images about God and Symeon, the new theologian. Mr. Patedakis, you have the floor. Good morning. I would like to thank you so much. I would like to thank the entire support group because they have been informing us through emails and correspondence. It is with great pleasure that we had the opportunity of having this conference on Symeon, the new theologian. I really enjoy his text and I don't want to be in further delay because I'm afraid that 15 minutes will not be enough. So with no further ado, I would like to start with my paper. In this short paper, I don't want to discuss the theoretical framework about this topic of the noetic recreation of images of God in the work of Symeon, the new theologian, in a study that has to do with the further documentation of this topic through previous texts, which I am currently completing. This is what I'm going to elaborate on. When it comes to the theoretical principles regarding the formulations of Christian discourse, not only in the early Byzantine years that maybe have influenced the work of Symeon, I will present some main passages at the end of my paper. First of all, I would like to focus on the works of Symeon. Since I was a student, I first came in touch with his work and his hymns thanks to my professor, Thanos Markopoulos, who unfortunately could not join us today. And my interest grew further over time. I started to read more. I became more interested in his works, in his logi, and sometimes I think they are misunderstood and displaced from the more linguistically attractive hymns. And with the hymns, Symeon the new theologian rewrote some of the ideas of his words in a non-lyrical text. In those scribal texts, I came to understand that there are some characteristics that were consciously adopted by Symeon in his work in order to render his work more understood, more perceivable, because he struggled to express his mystical experience. And according to the handout that you normally have in front of you, I would like to quote a passage from the first hymn. It rises inside me, in my poor heart, as a sun, as a sphere that is full of light, as flame. I don't know what to say, and I wanted to remain silent. But this wonderful miracle motivates my heart, opens up my heart and my mouth in order to speak and write. This has been dictated to me by he who has shown his light in my poor heart. End of quote. Apart from the need he feels to speak, in the ending part of his 14th catechesis, discusses on the one hand the limited ability of the human discourse to prove the inexpressible, and on the other hand makes reference to the term examples as a means of the weak word. And I quote, "This is why I beg you, my siblings in Christ, that we don't want to express ourselves only through rhetorical texts in order to get to learn about the inexpressible things, because those who teach about the divine and perceivable things cannot give through examples the proof and evidence to enact and perform their own truth, nor those who are being taught can learn and understand through actions. It is with struggle and difficulties that we need to rush ourselves into their understanding in order to get to learn those words and praise the God." End of quote. From this passage, it's worth noting some of the key concepts because they are the main core that will allow us to understand the function of the Symeon's text. He recognizes, he's conscious of the fact that he's trying to teach the inexpressible, meaning that this is difficult for the rhetoric texts, and he uses the more specific term of the word logi. This happens because no one can talk about perceivable things in sensible terms, and we know that this is a position and distinction that keeps repeating itself through the highly vivid images in his texts. And he also says that the examples that are a technical term with a high burden of meaning are unable to express this divine action. The only possibility to understand divine things comes through mystagogy, meaning the mystical theory that comes from there. And there means God himself. In order to better understand the literature and mystical technique of Symeon, as well as its relation to older, meaningful Christian theory texts, it's better to unravel the myth through excerpts of his own work. I'm talking about excerpts and passages that are extensive examples, metaphorical syntheses, allegories, metaphors, or images, as I use this term in the title, in order to render through the similarity, the analogy with the humanly perceived and sensible situation, the meaning of an experience beyond the human aspect. Now, let's narrate three little stories: the one with the daughter of royal origin and the poor young, the one of the accomplice of the rebel against the emperor, and the one of the stray dogs. In the first history, Symeon tries, first of all, to describe how sweet the experience of divine light is, and the enjoyment he derives from its beauty. At the same time, this passion becomes complete, and the fire becomes more intense. This is a sensible experience and a sensible and noetic image that makes reference to a withdrawal syndrome. And this is something that is rendered by Symeon in his fourth ethical discourse. And I would like to translate from the point where the term example is found in the text. Quote, "Let's realize, let's understand the inevitable power and the flame of such a passion through an example. Imagine there's a girl that she's been loved by a poor young man. She's of royal origin. She wears an emperor's crown. She's most beautiful by all the women on earth, and the one who loves her wanders around because he is poor and of no value. So if through a very small slot the young lady extends her hand outside and gives her hand to her lover, he will grasp it, he will feel the indescribable beauty, will kiss it, will believe that at some point he will become a king and wed her. And all of a sudden, when the girl withdraws her hand, removes her hand from his hand, and hides it, this is something that will cause unspeakable pain and grief. And this means that the fire of this passion will become more pronounced. I'm sure that you will agree with me on the rationale of this example." End of quote. And he also says, and I continue quoting, "If this is what likely happens for bodies that are sensible, things that we can see and perceive and are wearable, and we understand that this will not happen for the sensible things that are eternal." Now, let's move on to another example of Symeon. Before the phrase, but I will show you that through an example, end of quote, the meaning is the following. Alas to those who do not repent, says Symeon, because it's not difficult. It is easy to keep up with God's orders and commandments and win the godly reign. And I continue translating the original that you see on your handout. Quote, there was this man to the service of a rebel, an enemy of the Christian emperor. After many victories and deeds, and while he was enjoying the honors at the side of this tyrant, he received a special message from the Christian king to join him and be with him, and then he's going to enjoy all the benefits. For a couple of years, he didn't want to do that, and he started waging an even fiercer war against him. But suddenly, one day, he repented and thought that he should go to the king on his own. And he said that, although until today my king would send for me, but I wouldn't obey, I am still confident that he will have no bad feelings against me. He will forgive me for this delay, because he is merciful and full of kindness. He will forgive me, and he will fulfill his promises. End of quote. As soon as he considered all those things, he proceeded to the action. He went to the king. He begged for his forgiveness, crying, and this virtuous king accepted him and considered this change as a miracle. And having lifted him up, he took him in his arms, he started kissing him, and he had tears in his eyes. Then he ordered to have a crown and a dress and a gown as his own, and it was he who dressed him up without accusing them of anything. Every day and every night he would rejoice of his presence and company. He would hold him in his arms, he would kiss him, he would love him so much that wouldn't part from him at night. He would lay beside him on the bed. He would cover him with his dress. And he concludes that this is how the merciful God loves those who repent. And this is why everyone who repents and recognizes his sins resorts to God. End of quote. Now let's go to passage number 5. In a third, smaller narration of Symeon, the sin comes from other, more naturalistic context. We have some sham neighborhoods in Constantinople, as happens in today's big cities. So there is a metaphor and an analogy with stray dogs, meaning people who walk down this path, a path full of sins, who live a sinful life. And now let's see what is described in the text in the most vivid way. I quote, those who lose their patience in terms of the hardships and the grief and the difficulties of repentance and are unworthy and unfaithful sons of God, those who contempt God and prefer the passions and the enjoyments of the body, they are no longer entitled to enjoy the glory of God, but they look like stray dogs, and they're still entitled to the wealth of God's kindness, meaning they wander around the squares and the streets of the city like stray dogs, looking for a piece of bone or a piece of old skin, or even lick the feces and blood of slaughtered animals. And if they come across a cadaver, they will feast on it insatiably, and they will not get removed from the body. They will try to chase other dogs away, and they run before the doors of the rich, of the wealthy, in order to enjoy and benefit from their gold. And when they meet their goal, then they're saturated for a while, and they just stay there. They lay there like that. End of quote. You can see that there are so many metaphors in this text. Apart from the metaphor of the princess and the poor man, the rebel against the emperor, the stray dog. So there are the smaller or more extensive metaphors, either stemming from daily urban life, either stem from the natural world and animals. I would also like to talk about some other metaphors, the sealed box with a treasure of spiritual knowledge, the sealed book, the young man who's in love, who sees his beloved one and cannot longer be happy with their painted portrait, the robber who tries to find a treasure but cannot get there, the almost blind person that cannot withstand light, the man who tries to wash in a spring of mud, the disobedient monk, the trader who goes to the fair but only spends time and money, the extensive metaphor of prison that would take too much time to analyze here, the metaphorical hunt and love hunt of God by human beings, and many more. All those things appear in his hymns. The rhetorical terms, that examples, technical terms, in many theoretical texts of late antiquity, you can see that in the handout number 6, are frequently present in Symeon's work in order to introduce those metaphors, showing that he has built them conscientiously because he wants to use them as a main tool in order to develop his work. This technique is inspired by whom, however? Is it something that he has launched? Or is it a case of an author who tries to implement a theory that has been identified and inspired by elsewhere? In a passage from a widely spread ascetic text, a bestseller, I would dare say, on biblical culture in Byzantine, the Scales of John, and he says that, Symeon says that he was really looking up to that. The following instruction appears regarding discourse about God, and I quote, "It is not indecent to share images from human life about God, images that derive from our passion, our fear, our affection, our attention, the relation between the servant and the master, and who he has felt such love for God is blessed. The one who is so afraid of the Lord as the prisoners are afraid of the judge are blessed and in bliss." End of quote. Here you can see that there's a question of someone can talk about God on a rationale that is similar to what Symeon does. In the second passage from the same work, there is a reference being made regarding the teaching of the sensible things, meaning that it is possible through physical things, natural things, and I'm reading, says the speaker, the passage, to be trained with accuracy about everything that is sensible. So the question is how one can speak of God with a technique that matches what is implemented in Symeon's work, speaking boldly about erotic, emotional images. And in the handout number 8, you can see an excerpt from the so-called Studio Dionysius Europa Guide. He says that one can invent beautiful images for the sensible, the perceivable, and from the material things reshape the unsimilar similarities because they have another rationale, another logic. End of quote. We see that there is a distinction being made between the sensible and the perceivable, as well as the terms that are being used in order to translate those things. Now, recreation of the sensible and the perceivable. Handout number 9. It is with this technique that is described through those passages. I would like to make a connection with the phrase of the Akathist, where we praise the Virgin Mary, which is a phrase that corresponds to the terminology used by the Dionysius Europa Guides. And we don't know whether this allocation from the akathist refers to the recreation of the sensible from the perceivable. In the case of the Virgin Mary, she recreated through the matter the sensible nature of God through incarnation. So we can identify this technique of noetic recreation. It is through images from different areas of human and naturally sensible reality. We recreate those realities, either they refer to the sacraments of doctrine in the early Christian centuries, or later the experience of the ascetic mystical tradition as was expressed through John Climax, Pseudo-Dionysius, Areopagite, Maximus the Confessor. And all this technique appears to be an oxymoron, where through the example, in a paradoxal way, we see a coexistence of the sensible and the perceivable world of the author. Thank you for your attention.
Εμείς ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε Πατεδάκη, για τα όσα πολύ ενδιαφέροντα μας αναπτύξατε και ιδιαίτερα διότι νομίζω με τα παραθέματα από το έργο του...
Because that using quotes from the work of Symeon, the new theologian, you underlined the rich literary value of his works. The next paper will be presented by Mr. Georgios Chouschouriotis, who is candidate PhD Research Associate at the Patriarchal Institute of Patristic Studies in Thessaloniki. He will talk about the reception of Symeon, the new theologian's work during the 11th and 12th centuries, the case of Asilios Protasekritis poems. Mr. Chouschouriotis, the floor to you. Thank you. Good morning.
Μια μικρή διακοπή για τεχνικούς λόγους.
A short interruption for technical reasons. We will be back shortly.
Θα μπορούσαμε χειροκίνητα να το κάνουμε, ναι. Απλώς κάθε φορά που έχετε να αλλάξετε διαφάνεια να το λέτε.
Ναι, εντάξει.
So we will continue. Every time you want to change slides, please say next. Saint Symeon, the new theologian, was one of the greatest mystics of Orthodoxy. His scribal activity extends over many types of literature, such as parenetic prose, epistolography, homiletics, and poetry. However, the study of the reception of his work and its impact in subsequent writers has not been adequately studied by researchers. Our aim today is to take into account the works that quote Symeon and texts that he wrote, to discuss the findings of already existing research, highlight the factors that determined in the 11th century the reception of his work and its impact on subsequent writers. Also, our interest focuses on the study of the extant laudatory epigrams for San Symeon that were authored during the first phase of the Komnenos era, focusing on 4 poems by Vasilios Protosakritis. More specifically, we tried to explore the way the new theologian is praised by Vasilios, comparing his poems with other contemporary poems on Symeon's work. San Symeon's works were not particularly diffused in the Byzantine area. This is evidenced by the existing manuscript tradition, which is a testimony of the diffusion of the works of a writer. Coder, talking about the hymns of Symeon, argues that they didn't have a big impact during Byzantine times. Since, if we take into account the manuscripts that transmit these poems and were composed before 1500, just 3 of them have included the entire collection of hymns. An important role in the limited impact of Symeon's work was played by the general spiritual context of the era. During the 18th century, there is an increased interest for works of other fathers such as Gregory the Theologian, John Chrysostom, and Saint Basil the Great, which at the time started to be treated as an indivisible triad. In fact, there was a philosophical controversy among scholars in Constantinople as to the rhetoric skills of these saints, which ended with the instauration of the celebration of the 3 holy hierarchs. At the same time, during the same period, the opinion that new saints cannot be highlighted now becomes widely accepted. And this was painfully expressed in the case of Symeon, the most significant monastic figure of this period in Constantinople. Also, one of the main reasons for the limited reach of his work at the time was his tumultuous life. Even though we are certain that the controversy between the saint and the patriarchic Syncellus Stephanos ended with the vindication of Symeon, maybe this controversy had an impact on his theologic prestige and authority in religious and non-religious milieus in Constantinople. The accusations towards his face didn't even end when he fell asleep in the Lord. Stephanos accused Symeon of being illiterate, without manners, and he said that he could not open his mouth before wise men. These accusations must have had some impact in religious milieus and secular milieus. Therefore, in a period where Byzantine classicism is particularly thriving, Symeon was probably expressing maybe a different modern spiritual opinion. Also, these accusations by Stephanos may be derived from the fact that Nikitas Tithatos, but Symeon himself, noted the lack of classical education by the saint. Also, linguistically speaking, quite often Symeon does not avoid the use of rare words in his poem, which, according to Coder, evidences his high education and uses neologisms very often. However, if we study the linguistic level and the content of hymns, we can assume that an educated reader in the Byzantium wouldn't have particular problem to understand the content of these poems. At the same time, when it comes to neologisms, words such as masismos, panexesios, padevcharistos, dianistan were not that difficult to understand, to be understood by an educated reader. And the fact that these words were not hard to understand allows us to assume that they were not only used by Symeon, but also in manuscripts with Byzantine texts of other writers that have been lost. In any case, it's given that Symeon lived in a transitional era when it comes to the treatment of saints. Therefore, the educational level possibly and the literary figure of Symeon the New Theologian did not meet the standards for saints that prevailed at the time. Moreover, we shouldn't forget that Symeon had been banished quite early by the Studite Brotherhood, which probably deprived him of the possibility of a wider diffusion of his works by the infamous copying lab of the monastery. It is sure that part of his works had been diffused while he was still alive and had penetrated religious milieus in Constantinople. Maybe Stephanos tried through his accusations to impede further diffusion of Symeon's work. Because if the Patriarch was to condemn the saint, that might also lead to the prohibition of his works. Nevertheless, if we take into account that then the Patriarch approved and reviewed and approved the hymns and the laudations composed for the spiritual father of Symeon, Elder Symeon the Pious, it becomes evident that Symeon's work had not been prohibited. Of course, we don't know the conditions under which Nikitas Tithatos published the saint's work. We don't know whether the publication of Symeon's work by Nikitas was positively received by the Patriarch or it was a revolutionary initiative by Tithatos. Another determining factor for the low reach, particularly of Symeon's poetry, was its personal character. His poetry was personal because the issues talked about were completely private, quite often trying to respond to the taunting of his sycophants. At the same time, the particularly personal character of the hymns might derive from his intention to keep up with the turn towards a more experiential writing. In 1003, when Stephanos' accusations begin, it is a crucial point for the work of Symeon, since it was back then that he chose to drop prose and start writing poetry. In any case, the saint believed that his poetry should be read only by theologically initiated people. So it is given that despite the popularity of Symeon's poetry today and its impact on the Hesychastic controversy, his poems were initially addressed to a limited group of readers, which also applies for the readers of his poems a few decades after his dormition. Especially, more particularly, this group of readers are the scholars that belong to the social elite of the early Komnenian era, such as Nikitas Iraklias, Nicolaus of Corfu, Theophylactos of Ochrid, Alexios and Vasilios Protasekritis, chief secretary. All those writers didn't just read the work of Symeon, but they also composed certain laudatory epigrams for the saint, which accompany the poems of the new theologian in some manuscripts. Vasilios Protasekritis stands out because he composed 4 epigrams on Saint Symeon. Gautier argues that Vasilios was the Protospatarios, chief secretary, judge of the vellum and of the hippodrome, which composed 4 epigrams on the new theologian and 1 poem on the death of Vestarchis Anastasios Lysix. In the first poem to Symeon, Vasilios indirectly praises the saint. The central idea is to treat Symeon's poem as fire, alluding to the teaching of the new theologian on light. Vasilios mentions that a dedicated, moral and theologically initiated reader will receive through the hymns a light of a light of shine and wisdom, while for an uneducated audience it will be the fire that will burn it. Therefore, it's easy to understand that the poet believes that the reception of Symeon's work had definitely a double way of being treated. It was praised by a few committed enthusiasts and it was judged by his accusers. In the other 3 poems by Vasilios, the laudation to Symeon is more direct. In the middle of the second poem, Vasilios Protasekritis says that the words of the accusers are not as powerful as the words of the new theologian. So, please be quiet. All languages that accuse Symeon should be quiet because Symeon taught the mystic and the appearances. If we take into account the language used by Vasilios Protasekritis, we understand that the accusations against Symeon were possibly only oral. They had not been put in writing. As far as the other epigrams are concerned, Ioannis, the nephew of the Metropolitan of Andrianoupoli, highlights that the scribal work of new theologian could be perceived in 2 ways. Ioannis focuses more on the judges of Symeon. He talks about them and says that they are fool and their mind is blind because of ignorance. The reference of Ioannis to Platonian readers is particularly interesting. During the 11th century, Michael Psellos introduced once again the spiritual life of Byzantium, the thought of Proclus. And the vocabulary of the ancient philosopher became particularly popular, especially after 1035. In fact, Lauritzen highlights that the condemnation of Proclus by Nicolaus Methonis, who lived in the first half of the 12th century, demonstrates the popularity of the works of the Neoplatonian philosopher. On the other hand, the end of the first poem of Priest Hierotheos is particularly aggressive, where the poet wishes that all those that speak ill of Symeon's work are lost. Deacon Nikitas confirms indirectly in his first out of 2 poems the existence of 2 different ways in which the Symeon's work was treated. He highlighted that Symeon's teaching will burn those that are full of envy. Also, Theophylactus of Bulgaria and Hierothos confirm the existence of two different camps when it comes to the reception of Symeon's work. Its supporters and those that judged the saint. He said that there were those that were charmed and perceived positively his work and those that envied him. To conclude with, we can argue that the low impact of Symeon's work is mainly due to three different factors: the change, the turn that is observed when it comes to the treatment of the institution of sanctity during the 11th century, and the turn of the audience's interest to other church fathers. Also, the tumultuous life of Symeon and the acute accusations that were thrown to him. On the other hand, the few laudatory epigrams to his honors confirm that there was a small group of scholars that particularly honored his work. And those scholars also talked about Symeon being envied by his enemies. Nevertheless, it is more than certain that the work and the life of Symeon the new theologian was indeed judged negatively during the 11th and 12th century. Thank you.
Mr. Gouzouriotis, for this highly documented presentation. At least in the way I perceive that, this is a wonderful description of the saint-like constructs in the Comnenian period, where we have a group of intellects that have undertaken the support of an alternative form of sanctity. And I believe that later we'll have the opportunity to further discuss this topic. After the first two more philological papers, I would like now to give the floor to the paper of Reverend Evangelos Ganas. He is a parish priest of St. Meletios at Sepolia. He is an electrical engineer from the National Technical University of Athens, as well as a theology licentiate. He is going to talk about Symeon the new theologian as a witness of the resurrection of Christ. Father Evangelos, you have the floor. I would like to thank you all for being here. I would like to thank the organizers for this highly honoring invitation. We know that the fragmentation of scientific fields is what characterizes modern university. Theological studies are no exception to that. When it comes to the topic addressed in our paper, meaning the witness of Christ's resurrection, reactions have been very typical. Biblical theology considered post-resurrection appearances of Jesus to his disciples through a critical eye of a historian and the text-oriented approach of a philologist. In the first case, they highlighted the traces of witness, either with a positive or a negative perspective regarding their reliability. In the second case, biblical theology considered those witnesses as narrations and tried to include them and/or compare them with narrative patterns of extra-biblical texts. Systematic theology has read all those resurrection testimonies focusing on cognitive and theoretical questions. First of all, the question is whether the resurrection of Christ is a historical fact, as the ones that historiography focuses on, or is another type of incident. Patristics, although focused on the spiritual experience of the so-called Neptic Fathers in the West and the East, and let us not forget that our times highlighted a new academic field that was vaguely called spirituality. So patristics did not correlate those experiences with others in the biblical literature and the resurrection appearances of Jesus. Two recent examples from the West indicate this fragmentation, meaning that there is poor correlation between the appearances of Christ to his disciple after the resurrection and the spiritual experiences of later saints. In a systematic paper entitled "Did Jesus Rise from the Dead?", Roman Catholic Matthew Levering, a rather traditional theologian, dedicates a chapter entitled "Why the Risen Christ Does Not Appear in Every Generation," trying to explain why the appearances of the resurrected Christ end with the Ascension. The second example comes from N.T. Wright in his paper on Jesus' resurrection. This exceptional and absolutely traditional or even conservative theologian believes that even in the case of Paul in Damascus, the experiences of another class and different to the experiences of the disciples before the Ascension. In any case, however, this is the last testimony, which also concludes the list of eyewitnesses of resurrection, as this is included in the 15th chapter of the first letter to the Corinthians. None of those things is applicable in the case of Saint Symeon, the new theologian. He didn't know that his work would become a topic addressed by patristics. He believed that his life was part of a long millenary tradition up to that point, and he tried to understand that and include that in the framework that was given thanks to the accumulated and aggregated church experience. A church that had already entered times of confusion regarding the interpretation of this tradition. The question that tormented Saint Symeon was whether it is possible for the Christians of his time to get to the level of the first saints, as it was the case of the apostles. Many and strong institutional representatives of the church back then said that he couldn't. Symeon, having a life experience next Symeon the Pious, and later his own experience, said that he could. So, we are here to say that Symeon experienced the same things with the disciples after the resurrection, and we can of course see the three elements that characterize the post-resurrection appearances of Jesus before the disciples: God's initiative, a recognition of Jesus, and a mission to the world. In particular, the initiative of resurrected Jesus' appearance is an initiative always undertaken by God and takes the recipient by surprise, meaning that God appears as something familiar but different at the same time. And then we have the moment of recognition, and then the mission follows in order to declare the resurrection all around the world. The unexpected character of Christ's initiative to appear before Symeon is some highlighted in the saint's life that was authored by Nikita Stithatas. And I quote, "He felt like he has been caught in thin air. He had forgotten his body, and he was stuttered by this paradoxical miracle, because he was still not an initiate of those revelations, and he kept crying out, 'Lord, have mercy upon me.'" End of quote. The gradual recognition of resurrected Christ is obvious in the next passages, and I quote, "And as you did with your servant Paul, who persecuted you, and yet you called him to see your divine appearance. And you didn't say, when he saw you and asked, 'Who are you?' You didn't say, 'I am who made the heaven and the earth.' You didn't even say, 'I am everything,' or 'I am your God of Sabaoth,' or 'I'm the God of your fathers,' and not any others of your denominations. Instead, you said, I am Jesus of Nazareth, that you persecuted, so that he knew that you are the incarnated God, the God who incarnated to our benefit. And this is what you did to me, my Lord. What a miracle! And although I thought that he was in heaven, now I see my Lord and Creator and King Christ before me. And the same happens in the hymns, and I quote, and in that night, in that darkness, I see Christ opening up the skies. And I see that he is watching me, and I can see Christ, the Father, the Holy Spirit, the light. End of quote. And the fact that the experience of Symeon with the witness of the resurrection are the same and identical, and I quote, most of the people believe in the resurrection of Christ, but very few are those who can see it clearly. And most of the people believe of this resurrection, but very few of them can see that clearly. And some of those who can see it do not kneel before Jesus Christ. And there's also another prayer that we say every day, having beheld the resurrection of Christ, let us worship the Holy Lord Jesus, the only sinless one. End of quote. The fact that Symeon considers himself and all those who are recipients of divine grace are genuine and equal success of the apostles is clear when he writes the following, and I quote, you shouldn't say that God cannot be seen by people. You shouldn't say that people cannot see divine light, or that it is impossible in current times. Because this is never impossible, my friends. It is very much possible for those who want it. This is a direct reference to Christ's appearance to Thomas and other disciples before closed doors, and he says, and I quote, when did he come from? How is he going to enter inside the cell when this is locked from everywhere? End of quote. The fact that Paul's list is not closed, but every new witness of the resurrection adds to that, as well as the fact that inclusion in this list means that the undertaking of the mission to other people, this is something that can be seen in the next passage, and I quote. So this is the blessed passion, and I'm going to imitate the one who said that he also appeared to me as well. We, thanks to all our supplications, were grace enough to see and witness the merciful nature and grace of God. And we were mystically taught the experience of all those that have been said with our senses, with our vision, with our knowledge. And this is what we delivered in writing. End of quote. The difficulty of perceiving this experience of the past is not a point of torment only for theology, and I would also like to talk about the philosophy of this history, revealing the relevant dilemmas faced by theologians, philosophers, and historians when they try to approach and revive the past. In a very tightly neat and comprehensive lecture, Paul Ricoeur faced the question whether the historic past can be reenacted in a way that is reliable. Now, looking back to the contribution of distinguished historians and philosophers, he approached past through the three orders introduced by Platonic thinking: the same, the other, and the analogous. Those who follow the version of the other believe that the past is something distant, something unapproachable. In the theological version, this approach leads to the perspective of the Protestant tradition. The past is perceived as an unapproachable ideal. The history of the Church is conceived as a continuous fall from the initial ideal, and theologians end up becoming historians in the form of a nationalist that simply recalls an ever-lost era. Those who keep up to the version of the analogy, they see that there's no dividing line between fiction and history. In theology, this is that leads to the various form of the correlation theology. Resurrection here is a metaphor that describes the existential situations of the modern man. And finally, those who follow the version of the same is led to the reenactment of the past. Those are the words used by Ricoeur. And reenactment in that case is perceived not under the perspective of Verstellung, but of retrenching. This is not a reenactment in the field of imagination, but something that happens here and now. In the case of Saint Symeon, we only have the way of the same that is open, with the most strong conception of the reenactment concept. This is not a reenactment of the imaginary, it's not a symbolic representation, it is living the same experience with the past. The witness of Symeon is extraordinarily important for every era because it reminds us that a church that does not have eyewitnesses of the Christ resurrection is no longer the Church of Christ. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Father Evangelos, for this very nice, very beautiful theologic paper. I believe that it could be part of the wider problematic of historic Jesus, viewed through the eyes of Symeon, the new theologian, who proposes a new answer to this question and approaches resurrection through experience, as you very well pointed out. So this paper completes our first session, our first round of papers for today. So let's begin the Q&A session. Please, those that wish to ask a question, please raise your hand and we will give you the microphone. Thank you for these three exceptional papers, which are equally exceptional to the papers that we listened to yesterday, and they widened the perspective. I was very glad to hear what Mr. Kousgouriotis said. He revealed that the case of Symeon was vehemently argued. There were two camps, in fact. That's the beauty of historic research, to be able to focus on precisely the historic course of these persons. Otherwise, if we look at it only from a theological and hagiographic point of view, maybe it's not that clear. But also, the paper by Father Ganas on resurrection demonstrates how traditional Symeon was, because tradition equals resurrection. We tend to forget that the resurrection of Christ constitutes tradition, and we have shaped traditions in plural and forms. So what makes Saint Symeon traditional is his witnessing of the resurrected Christ, his testimony, and the possibility to experience Christ's resurrection. It's very important that what starts with the ascension is then built on by the post-resurrection appearances of Christ. Sometimes we tend to forget that. That's the point of culmination. That's the basis of ecclesiology. And how does this turn into tradition? Through the mystery of Holy Communion. Is Symeon a mystic? Yes, he is. Is he ascetic? Yes, he is. Therefore, I would like to ask Father Evangelos whether resurrection means experience through the holy mysteries and through asceticism. So, the reception and expression of this resurrection experience is translated through participation in the mysteries of our church, with the prerequisite of ascetic life, of course, because that's the major issue. What's the relationship between the ascetic tradition with the mysteries, the holy mysteries of our church? Thank you very much for your attention. Father Evangelos. Stavros' question needs to be answered by writing an entire book. Anyway, I will seek to answer it. I will dare to say that the experience of resurrection is a gift by God, which cannot be forced, which cannot be provoked, neither through asceticism nor through the participation in the Holy Mysteries and the Holy Communion. God experience is a gift of God that was prepared from God for those that love Him, for all of us who find it hard to love ourselves and God. We can, of course, participate in asceticism. We can participate in the sacraments of our church. We tend to forget, but so clearly the Holy Communion and the post-resurrection experience are interlinked, but what will flourish in the heart of each person will be given by God. The participation in Holy Communion in itself, it's not always a guaranteed way to experience that. When it does not go hand in hand with our compliance to the will of God. Father Romanidis had talked about even Eucharistic worship of images. He dared to say that. The entire work of Saint Symeon confirms that perspective. The comment is off the microphone. Thank you very much. Now the floor to Theophilos Abatsidis, and there are other questions as well. Thank you. Thank you for these very interesting speeches. I would like to start with a comment that I would like to hear your answer as well. My entire work on Saint Symeon and the context in which he lived and worked, I realized that there is an antinomy, which I don't know whether it's right or wrong. Please enlighten me. So even though Saint Symeon had lived during the first Byzantine humanism, where the Macedonian dynasty and the palace itself plays a major role of a campaign that collects many texts, many books, astronomical books, medical works. But on the other hand, we can see that there is an effort of compiling an ecclesiastical encyclopedia next to the secular one. And this effort seems to be more stilized, more dry, more stilized theology. I don't know whether Stephanos of Nicomedia participated in this effort. We know that the main compiler was Symeon the translator, etc. However, the question asked by Stephanos of Nicomedia to Symeon, he asks, how can you separate substances? And this leads towards a more stilized theology. So if we place Symeon in the general context of Byzantine Renaissance, we tend to forget the parallel ecclesiastical context of the time, which I don't know whether it has been studied adequately. So this is an antinomy that I realize that exists, and I would like to hear your views on that. I do believe that the ecclesiastical perspective of the time is not equal to the secular one. Would anyone like to take this? When it comes to your point, well, yes, it's true. It's reasonable to underestimate a Byzantine author that works more, that writes more in vernacular. I'm not certain whether a person who has been persecuted by part of the clergy, I don't know whether he was addressing the clergy, the monks, or even laity. Most people that read his works at the time are laity, and this shows something about its perception. But yes, classicism was the rule at the time. That was underlined by Mr. Markopoulos. Maybe it is a different spiritual area that existed at the same time, but it was not appreciated by the scholars of the time. My intervention was on the position of Symeon in the ecclesiastical context of the time. So, the so-called Minologio was an effort to formalize worship, to formalize the possibility of canonization. We formalize the role of spirit in church. Saying that no more saints can be canonized cancel the entire theology, as Father Evangelos said. So I'm saying that the case of Symeon is the exception to the situation dominant at the time, an exception to the theological perceptions of the time. Personally, I believe that Minologion is a formalism, and how a renewal effort by the state is not met by a similar renewal effort by the church. Why is that? That's my problematic. The floor to Father Chouliaras, and then there are other questions as well.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the three speakers, and I would like to ask Mr. Gouzouriotis, because he talked about the reception of Saint Symeon's work. I would like to ask you, in the Hesychast period, if you have studied it, and I have Gregory Palamas in mind. And although his theology is very similar to St. Symeon's, he does not make frequent reference to Symeon. I believe it's only once to the life and once to the works. But, well, when it comes to the controversy, the hesychast controversy, well, of course, his presence is not very obvious. And I also saw in some texts that the creation of hesychast is attributed to him as well. Mr. Yagasoglu mentioned that yesterday, and so he's accused of being the cause of that. And I think it's very interesting. It's very similar, but the question is whether he had read St. Symeon's work. Maybe we also need to look into the manuscripts and whether he had access to that. Maybe Mr. Fedulidou knows that. She will talk about it later. But I cannot help but wonder, why doesn't he make a reference to him by name, although he makes reference to other theologians by name? That's just a comment or a thought I'd like to share. Mr. Ifandis. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank all the speakers, and it's not that this is not something common, but I think it's very well to highlight those aspects of St. Symeon, because he uses secular or even sycophanted aspects of human relations. So he takes those erotic images and transforms them into high-level literature and poetry. So my question is, in your approach, and this brings me back to the question regarding the secular and ecclesiastic community, whether there are any similar texts in the secular literature of the time, in order to see what was the audience of Symeon, what was the target group he was addressing. Was he addressing to laity and less to formalists, according to Theophilus? And another question to Father Evangelos. Well, I'm afraid that the question should be shifted further to what Stavros said before. The question is, who can individually confirm the resurrection? And all Christians talk about the resurrection. We highlight Symeon. Why? Why is he controversial? Because he is the one who self-declared as such. It's not his personal style, and someone made reference to that yesterday. It's not that he speaks in the first person. Many ascetics speak in the first person when they leave their spiritual testaments or wills. The question is that here he invokes his experience to document what he says, to go against his rivals. That's all. Thank you. Mr. Patidakis. Thank you for this comment. Maybe I will get back to what Mr. Abatzidis said before. In general, the Byzantine studies, all the past years, some terms have been used, terms that would have been useful back then. Substantial research has been carried out about Renaissance and other times. But anyway, I'm not sure whether we would see the same terms used by people of that times, how a man of that time would call those facts of his own time. It is in that sense, as that Symeon, as a person who lived in that time, tried to enact this fact. So I don't think we can carry out research on whether he falls under a specific secular framework, about whether he has a more formal or other style or any other goal that might have been set by the translation endeavor of his work. At the early stages of his life, I can see that he's in touch with the world, with the common world. So if you hold an office in the palace, this means that you have the experience of the secular life. However, his monastic life, his monastic experience with regards to God, is something that, to my point of view, goes beyond this framework. Father Evangelos said before that it is included in the experience of God himself. The comment is off the microphone, so it cannot be translated. Let me repeat my question for the translation. My question has to do with whether there are the literature parallels at that time, analogies of similar boldness, poetic mood and disposition. When it comes to the theoretical context regarding the content, and I mentioned some examples of aspects of life where he draws inspiration from. Now, when it comes to the content, I have not seen something similar, but when it comes to the form, the style, and this is something that credit has not been given to Symeon for that. And this is the type of meter used in his works. And okay, we might be looking for that in modern literature. Anyway, Symeon writes thousands of verses, and he wrote them earlier. When it comes to the form, it's true that it is in direct discourse with other texts, that it is part of something new for that time. So I can imagine that what he does, context-wise, and other techniques included in his works, means that, yes, he's in discourse with his time. Okay. If I understood the question brought forward by Mr. Efandis, he is asking about something that is widespread in neptic literature, meaning whether the witness is original, genuine or not. This is a question that repeats itself in modern times. The most beautiful poetic version was given by Paul Celan, the great poet. If memory serves right, he said that ni mancho for disoye, meaning that no one gives a witness for the witness. And for example, the Holocaust is the one that has been described by its witnesses. Derrida, a few years ago, made a presentation regarding this testimony aspect, and he addressed this issue and said something that all theologians should keep in mind and consider. We cannot go behind the testimony. We cannot trace its reliability, but I can say that this is a key topic. I would like to remind you that in the initial pages of Mannheim's Sociology of the Language, he makes reference to a phrase saying that you need to be cautious of the spirit, meaning that the sociology of the knowledge starts from biblical literature. And I believe that Foucault's research was also sort of confession, showing that the passage from confession as an acknowledgement of a sinful nature and the transition to confession, declaring all those thoughts, brings forward the question, who speaks inside me? Is it God or the evil spirit? In a way, the confessor is the evaluator, those who might have to evaluate and tell whether a coin is authentic or not. Saint Symeon shares his experience, and it is something that we can either accept or reject. I believe that from a biblical standpoint, the question is, what is the life that gives birth to those resources? And this is why witnesses are on a mission. This is something that we saw that in the secular version with the Jewish survivors of the Holocaust. This testimony, this witness, was something that they were on a mission to divulge to the people. So, okay, testimonies might be counterfeited, we might have false witnesses, we might want to manipulate the ecclesiastical body, but I believe that we live throughout history, and this is something that will be disclosed at the end. And this is when we will come to realize which of those witnesses and testimonies are real and which have been counterfeited. Thank you for that. And I ask this question because we're here discussing a person that was a source of controversy, meaning that he lived in hard times, and that's why I wanted to ask this question. The whole issue regarding testimony and authenticity and all that, in this case, is an ecclesiastical or ecclesiological question. However, the way in which a community adopts a witness, a testimony as being real and authentic and makes it its own, and the apostles talked about what they saw, it's true. We know that a testimony prevails, but the question is whether the community, because there are people who become witnesses, who witness many things, and people who might want to serve other purposes. We have seen that in the neo-martyrs case. But here we have a mystical saint who struggles to be included in this tradition, and this is something we see that in his biographer. And the question is not whether this testimony is ambiguous or not, or whether it's controversial or not. The question is whether the Church accepts that or not. Further to what Mr. Abadzidi said before about the revival, the Renaissance, and whether this is perceived or not, and further to yesterday's discussion about the new theologian and whether this is an undermining characterization, I consider the analogue of Nouvelle Theologie, where there are some common points. First of all, this is a diminishing term. Okay, we have de Lubac, Congar, and others saying what? The common aspect here is that the new is the old, is the traditional that has been forgotten. And the thing that is traditional is a post-natural overview. And this is what is being taunted in some of his texts. I don't remember the exact reference, but he's discussing triad-related issues and scores his opponents, meaning that he believes that this is an unnecessary, foolish discussion. In the case of Saint Symeon, Okay, we might see a renewal in literature terms, but I'm afraid this is a renewal only in the form. It is a return to a tradition that starts becoming forgotten, and Dellumbach believes that a wrong translation, interpretation even of the Acnates by Katayan and other commentators, those things have happened, but I know that there are people more competent than myself to talk about that. Anyway, I believe that what you call Nouvelle Theologie is a return to the initial sources. This is what Saint Symeon does. Thank you. Mr. Pertel, you have the microphone. Thank you so much for those 3 presentations that were very interesting. My question is addressed to all 3 of you. I'd like to address that first to Manolis Patsadakis. The way in which you presented those literature instruments used by Symeon have been very interesting. And a reference being made to Tryphon Grammatikos, who talks about image, example, and you have been talking about the example, but how does Symeon uses the metaphor, the analogy, and all the other means? Secondly, a question to Mr. Gouzgouriotis. I have listened to your paper with extreme interest regarding the return to a previous century in the Comnenian period, but there's a problem here, that those who accuse the saints are the philosophers. And I believe that maybe there were scholastic philologists, because we know, although it is small, we see that Michael Psellos learned things from Saint Symeon. And when we talked about the Georgian philosopher, Mr. Petrizis, who probably was a disciple of the Italian, and he's a radical Platonic philosopher, but when he talks about spirituality, when he talks about the spiritual progress, he uses the Symeon's words. And it looks like he was considered a great spiritual representative. What's your opinion on that? And finally, a question for Father Evangelos. I really enjoyed your presentation. I do realize that this is why we are fond of Symeon, but you only talked about the Westerns who lost track of the revelation of the Holy Spirit grace. But here, we don't criticize our own church and the formalism that is currently present in the church. I was baptized to the Russian church, and what I saw there, the formalism I saw there, formalism without spirituality and this contempt of spirituality. Okay, there were godless bishops. This is where we lived. I don't know whether you have any comments to make on that. Thank you. Mr. Moschus? Well, actually, I wanted to say something about Psellos. Maybe Father Evangelist could give his answer, and then I can add what I wanted to add about Michael Psellos. Okay, Father Evangelist, you have the floor. I don't want you to believe that I'm trying to avoid answering your question, but the fact that I included only the Western theologians has to do with my personal perspective. I'm not surprised that this is a part that has been forgotten in our tradition. Many things have been forgotten in our tradition. I made references to theologians that I highly appreciate. I believe that they are wonderful biblical theologians. It's just that I'm surprised by the fact that those great theologians accept this structure that has been adopted by the West, and they don't consider challenging it. The same applies with our theologians. The only case where we see change in that has been with Father Romanidis. But in order to give you an overview of how difficult things are in the Western academic theology, I have been reviewing an Oxford handbook on doctrinal theology, and this brought me to the experience concept. I believe it was a female theologian who wrote about it. Do you know? Actually, she said that the first who used his experience to support his doctrinal positions was the founder of the Quakers. When I read that, I was surprised, because we stand in the 21st century. Can we actually believe that the first person who used his experience to substantiate his own doctrinal position was the founder of Quaker? If you read the classical Henry James book on religious experiences, he talks about numerous experiences, but none of them is like the one I discussed here before, the post-resurrection appearances of Christ. And there's another experience that lies in the heart of neptic prayer, is the uninterrupted and never-ending prayer. I don't undermine that. It's another type of experience. I'm afraid that in the West, even the most significant researchers, and that's why I made reference to them, because they're great theologians, but anyway, they have a hard time of seeing the continuity of the tradition. We know that the East has its eyes turned to Western theology. This is where they derive that from. And those who don't do that are just going against it. It is, they go against the Western theology, but we have numerous Greek theologians that go against the Western literature, and they're deeply scholastical, deeply post-natural, and this would have been very strange. And to my point of view, those concepts need to be descriptive, because Aquinas is not just scholastic. We might have other people who saw things and never completed their works because they saw something that prevented them from completing their work. I don't know what happened. Anyway.
And one question by Mr. Moschos. I would like to state the following, continuing this discussion on the 10th century. First of all, please note that this is an era in which the Byzantine encyclopedism is growing, and also growing of some educational institutions. This is the case for social reasons, for economic, financial reasons. Society is richer. Big, high-class families want to educate their children. and also the palace and the power, in order to govern them, needs more knowledge, and this is why we have this cycle. This is a technical and social phenomenon, and that's it. But the other part is indeed very interesting. Indeed, Psellos it had been observed by us, but Tatakis and there is an introduction by Katsaros which said that when Psellos talked about theory, he didn't only mean knowledge. He also talks about a kind of initiation, and monastic life was part of it. So indeed, this school of thought seems to have made a leap towards the concept of religious experience. Now, the question by Stephanos, it might have been a thought just to ridicule him. Do you know the basics? I mean, that's how I see it. Let's not pay so much attention to this group of scientists that wanted to freeze theology and put it inside structures. There is a conflict of these three tendencies. Platonians, scholastic, scholars, academia, and of course the ascetic and experiential approach. That's the three tendencies. If the field of conflict is to name what sanctity is, how it works, because there are saints that were canonized later on. So there are no new saints, or there are no new saints under the criteria that we want to define. Let's now give the floor to Mr. Patedakis and then Mr. Gousouriotis. Thank you. Thank you for this question. I gave a very short quote, passage, in order to demonstrate that through the repetitions used by Symeon, he used the same terminology. That's the one aspect. Now, as to the link to Symeon, let me add something else, again, based on the information and some information he gave about his life. There are references to certain education, but without any clarification as to the level of this formal education. Yes, maybe he's not the scholastic, educated person that has graduated for all educational levels. He may not have done that. But I believe as a self-taught person, he managed to reach the same level, regardless of whether it can be found in sources or not. So he is aware of rhetoric theory to a certain degree. This semester we organized a seminar with our students about writing tropes and ways, and it is an example of how rhetoric theory provides a text, infuses a text with scribal aims. So I do believe that the aim was a paranetic one. So we may not always see the image inside his text, but he has his own way to apply this theory. And of course he is innovative. He doesn't follow just a single theory. He is very innovative in his work, very original. We can see the originality of his works. So yes, we need further study in order to see whether he was aware of the theory and what he does in relation to the theory. It's true that when we study these poems, when I read the word Platonic, I first thought of the Neoplatonians. Of course, in my speech, I didn't say that Psellos was contrary to Symeon. I said that some Neoplatonians might have been. Of course, I don't know whether we can find the limits and the boundaries among each groups. Personalities so multifold, such as Psellos or Ioannis Mavropoulos, I don't know if we can see the boundaries among the groups. So I don't know whether this reference by Psellos is indeed ironic or not. But I don't believe it would be meaningful to classify scholars in certain groups. They had multiple personalities. Of course, it's not possible to know who were these Neoplatonians, but this word makes us think of certain people that have some kind of relationship with Neoplatonism. Or the word Platonian might be a negative characteristic about the intelligence of a person. It might have been that as well. Yes, it might have been that as well, because this era is an era of controversy, of tension. There are testimonies that there is a very nice article by Floris Bernard who says that there were public debates among schools in which they demonstrated their drawings, and there was a polemic context. There is a philosophic controversy around the three holy hierarchs. So there is this air, this atmosphere of controversy. There were these rhetoric fights, let's say. We know, especially about drawings, that many of these pupil exercises were posted in Constantinople if they won a prize, and there was a financial prize accompanying these contests. So I don't know whether we can answer the question about Neoplatonians. Theophylactos of Okrit. The speaker is very far from the microphone, so we cannot hear him. Yes, there is confusion around the boundaries, yes, and the limits. Mr. Kalaidzidis has requested the floor. I would like to thank you for all three speeches. I would like to talk about the speech of Father Evangelos Kanas. It was really interesting and it was very teaching. But I was surprised from the fact that you only mentioned Father Ioannis Romanidis, who was my teacher. I don't understand why we don't talk about Nikos Nisiotis, Kallistos, where So I have a problem with the methodological scheme that you followed. For example, when it comes to experience, if there is an Orthodox theologian which is clearly influenced by non-Orthodox models, it is Father Ioannis Romanidis. We cannot be talking about experience in Romanidis without taking into account the US relevance, because this is where he grew up, where he was educated, and we cannot be talking about experience or making experience a criterion of Orthodox theology without having taken into account the origins. This is something that was introduced after Losky. And there is also a methodological problem. If we see where experience ends up in Romanidis, his theory for ecumenical councils as clinical methods, we cannot talk about all these things without taking into account just the good, let's say, Romanidis. What's the period of good Romanidis? For example, Mr. Georgios Kaltsas has evidenced in one of his studies that even in the PhD thesis of Romanidis, there are clear Western influences from the 1930s and 1940s. So there is a problem here. Why didn't we talk about other Orthodox theologians? Why is just Romanidis the original one, the authentic one? That's my problem, my problematic. And I believe that we should take again a look at this scheme. What is experience? This scheme that starts after Losky, you didn't use the word mystic theology, but this is what I read behind the words. I don't want to go further into that. That's a big debate, but I believe there is a problem. I was afraid that if I mentioned the name of Father Romanidis, we would change the topic of the conference to Saint Symeon to Romanidis. It's a completely different conference. Yes, we could have mentioned other theologians as well. Another name that I would dare to mention Sarakuklis talks about holistic theology, and she raises the issue of experience as a central point, as a central requirement for systematic theology. So I mentioned Father Romanidis as one of the many. Maybe it is about my personal CV. I learned some things through these readings and through my personal acquaintance with Father Romanidis. I'm not saying that Kallistos Word does not mention the same things. And I want to make a comment that I believe you will agree with, Vangelis. Some of the most fervent enthusiasts of Father Romanidis have scholasticized and an empirical theology. So the discourse on experience might become scholastic. So it's not just talking about experience, theosis, enlightenment. That doesn't make you automatically an empirical theologian. while if you use other concepts, you might be considered supernatural theologian. This mostly pertain to a polemic use of language, which stops us from going into the substance. The main topic of my speech was that Symeon had the same experience as the apostles. The same experience was lived by Saint Ioannos. So it is the same experience that has been lived by very few people. In the Eastern tradition, we always felt that it was 10 just people that say the word. It has never been an issue of the masses. My point was not to support Father Romanidis. My point was to remember what Saint Symeon said, which has been forgotten by important, significant theologians. I would agree with the problematic aspects of Romanidis' work, but that's the topic of another conference. Now the floor to His Eminence, the Metropolitan. Honestly, I feel blessed because I'm able to attend this conference. I listen to many things that are very interesting to me because I'm not an academic. Sometimes these are completely new to me. I know more about the life of the saint and not the context that you talked about. So congratulations to all of you, and I do hope that the conference will continue in the same way. The question is a more general question, but I fully understand the speech by Father Evangelos. Thank you, Father Evangelos. And I have read his book, so I do know his opinion about the meaning of resurrected Christ. My question is very simple. At the time, in the era of the saint, is there an issue, a controversy between institution and charisma, between the institutional representatives of the church and the charismatic representatives? Because this is an issue that's a long-standing one that is still relevant today, I would say. With the grace of God, there are monasteries that I'm very proud of them, but there is also, and there is always, there is this charismatic personality that might create some issues within the parish or within the monastery, etc. So I would like to see whether this applied back then. Thank you for this question. I'm not sure that I know the answer. I would say that institution and charisma are two concepts that have to be seen in a descriptive way. Each era has people that represent the institutional discourse and other people that draw their prestige from a charisma. And some people might be both. I would ask the same question under a different perspective of another person that influenced my thought. Panagiotis Kondylis. The debate on charisma and institution is a debate on seeking power. Power within church and within society. Who has more authority? Whose discourse becomes canonical? So I wouldn't say that Saint Symeon is a revolutionary that defied the institutional framework, and I wouldn't say the contrary as well. Any reading of works of people that we consider to be charismatic are people that ask from the readers to also respect the institutional framework. There is not this aggressive discourse that deconstructs the church authority in the Eastern tradition. When this happens, problems begin. Of course, this doesn't mean that Symeon obeyed everything that the institutions said. I believe that never ever, despite the peculiarities of Saint Symeon, never ever did he become a person who left the social body to become a revolutionary without cause. It is a demon's voice that talks inside us when somebody tells us inside us to partition from the body of the church. Well, everything is judged by the results, and church safeguards authenticity, even though there might be different opinions. So let's be patient. Next generations will provide answers to what we are experiencing today. Thank you very much.
A comment by Mr. Patzedakis. Well, actually, the Metropolitan would like to add something. Father, when we believe that our opinion is the absolute end, if we say that the institution is only an institution without a charisma, or the charismatics say that, okay, it's all about charisma, nothing else, this is where the problem lies. And I think yes, because we talk about the ultimate pursuit of authority. When, thanks to humiliation, this can be avoided, this is when we have what the Church has saved. It is a church of charismatic people who perform within the sacraments and the services. Sorry, I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you so much, Your Eminence. I would just like to add something that has to do with the research interest on Symeon. Maybe his letters and a more careful reading might have something to offer to this direction. Particularly when it comes to his exile, and we need to see what this stay outside Constantinople means and how it appeared with regard to the institutions of the Church or their positions with regard to Stephen of Nicomedia. A more careful reading might give something. Mr. Ivan Perzel has stood up, but yesterday at dinner we had a very interesting discussion about the last hymn from the hymns collection that is linked to the official institutions. Thank you. Okay, thank you. A very brief comment by Mr. Guzuriots, because we need to complete that. Now, when it comes to what His Eminence said, in general, it looks like What we see in Symeon is that up to a certain point, he's a genuine child of the studious monastery. But it is interesting to see that he follows a differentiation that makes reference to secular scholars. He is a mystical scholar, but in the 11th century, there is this elite of educated intellectuals who held officials. That was the case with Michael Psellos and John Mavropoulos. And given that they were unable to fit in the forms of authority where we had other cases, they were led to exile. This is what reminds me. The same applies to the turn to more experiential language. This is very interesting because ego, the I, was expressed by John Geometris. So some of his choices are secular, and they are related to the fact that he lived in the palace. Thank you so much. I think that this was a very vivid discussion that led to the culmination of this second session. I would like to thank you all for your attention. Now we will have a short coffee break, half an hour break. Please be back at 12:15 in order to start with her session. Thank you. Irinia Fendoulidou. She is going to speak in English, and the title of her presentation is A Reception of Symeon, the New Theologian in the Manuscript Tradition. Editors, copies, readers. You have the floor. The microphone of Misa Fendoulidou is off. I would just like to make a clarification regarding the language of this paper. Until recently, I couldn't make my mind up whether I should do that in English or in Greek, and I thought that it would be better for me to deliver that in English so that the international audience can understand it better.
Now, and something else you will notice, some textual passages are so good and so quotable that there may be two papers in the same conference that open with the same passage. When I prepared my talk, I did not know that Reverend Kiala would begin his paper quoting this passage. But I assure you that we will go in chronologically opposite directions. So I will not discuss what Symeon read, but who read Symeon. So in his treatise on Ησυχία and on the two ways of prayer, Gregory Sinaitis, a central personality in the hesychast movement in the Balkans, recommends the reading of the Climax, St. Isaac the Syrian, St. Maximus the Confessor, Symeon the New Theologian and his pupil Nikitas Tithatos, and the like. As for the rest, he continues, leave them for the meantime, not because they should be rejected, but because they do not contribute to the aim, as they divert the mind from prayer to their narration. On the Antipodes, an anonymous anti-Palamite treatise quotes a lengthy passage on the method of prayer, erroneously attributed to Symeon the New Theologian, which he introduces with the following words. This method, this is the method handed down to them. It is from some monk, Symeon, who lived in this queen of cities and acted in the monastery of St. Mamas in Xylokerkon. He instructed the adherents of this falsehood with these words. Although the quoted work on the method of prayer was not a genuine work of Symeon, the anonymous anti-Palamite author knew basic biographic data of Symeon and considered him an heresiarch. However, he did not expect his readers to know Symeon, or he pretended that he did not expect them to know him in order to belittle him. 3 centuries later, Symeon's writing featured prominently among the ones read and disseminated by members of the Kolivades movement. Yet, Symeon's high reputation among hesychasts in the 14th century and the neoneptic Kolivades in the 18th century on the one hand, and the attacks by the anonymous anti-Palamite on the other hand, are only part of the story of his reception. The reality is more nuanced. There are indications that Symeon's readers through the Byzantine and post-Byzantine periods were perhaps not many, but they were diverse. In this paper, I will concentrate on the reception of Symeon's hymns of divine love. I will first examine the early reception of the hymns, as documented in the paratexts of their edition by Nikitas Tithatos, and in citations found in the 11th century poem, the Opera. And then I will discuss the manuscript tradition from the 12th, 13th to the 19th centuries. So as to the edition, The hymns Symeon composed are known to us through the edition prepared by Nikitas Stithatos, with the help of other persons, such as Alexios Philosophos, who had the position of Megas Didaskalos, and another Nikitas, not Stithatos, who occupied the ecclesiastic offices of Syngelos and Hartophylax. Moreover, the first edition of the hymns was preceded by epigrams, that is, short poems, praising Symeon and his work. The authors of these epigrams were the above-mentioned Nikitas Stithatos and Alexios Philoponos, as well as Vasilios Asikritis. I will not dwell into these epigrams since we heard the excellent presentation by Georgios Kouzgouriotis. But what I wanted to comment is that although Nikitas Stithatos and the epigrams tend to present the hero as the mystic who was attacked by the secularized institutional church, the editors of his least conventional works were parts of the institutional church and occupied church offices. They were members of the high clergy, and they had the means to circulate the works they edited among high church circles. Nikitas provided titles to the hymns that guided the reading. In these titles, Nikitas presents a more conventional image of Symeon. First, he emphasizes the practical and beneficial aspect of the hymns and downplays the mystical part. Okay. Yes, good. And second, related to the first, Nikitas in these titles depersonalizes Symeon's descriptions of his mystical experiences, and then he tends to emphasize the role of the Holy Spirit instead of Jesus Christ in Symeon's visions. I will very briefly present an example of what I mean, because I will not talk about this, the titles long, because I have presented the subject elsewhere. But you see here hymn 20, which is of striking autobiographic character. The whole hymn is addressed to Jesus Christ, and you see my parents did not love me with natural love. My brothers and friends, all of them mocked me. And then he continues. To Christ and his union. But, the title is Ευχαριστία και εξομολόγηση, so thanksgiving and confession, together with theology. So exomologisis refers to the autobiographical character, but then it becomes more general and less personal, περί δωρεάς, about the gift and the communion of the Holy Spirit, which is also somewhat manipulated by Nikitas, because in the hymn, Symeon talks about the union with Jesus Christ and not with the Holy Spirit. I don't know how to comment this theologically, but it is a quite striking feature of many titles, that although Symeon speaks of his union with the person of the Trinity who was incarnated, and in the titles rarely refer to Jesus Christ, and usually talk about the union with the Holy Spirit. So maybe in an attempt to downplay the corporal aspect of the union. Okay, this was an example of how Nikitas guides the reading of the hymns towards a more conventional reading. In the decades that followed the edition of Symeon's work, we have further indications that he was read and appreciated by members of the high clergy of the Byzantine Church. Thus, in addition to the epigrams written by Nikitas and his circle, Later recipients of the hymns wrote further epigrams. One of them was John of Adrianople, Nicholas, Metropolitan of Kerkyra, Theophylactos, Archbishop of Ohrid, and two further epigrams name Hierotheos the monk as author, who is supposedly there are two different, according to the titles, there are two different Hierotheos, but anyway, we don't know anything about them. But considering from the learned maître, they must have been exceptionally educated. So some decades after Symeon's death, at the end of the 11th century, three of his hymns were quoted in the Dioptra, a lengthy poem of more than 7,000 political verses, so decapentasyllabi, which are in form of a dialogue between the body and the soul. And this poem includes also a short catanyctic poem as a preface or epilogue in some manuscripts. So this author of the Dioptra, Philippos Monotropos, was a young contemporary of Nikitas Tithatos. He is only known from his poem, but we can deduce that, that he was a monk, probably in a Constantinopolitan monastery. And there are several indications that he had contacts with high ecclesiastical and civil circles. Philippos appreciated Nikitas Tithatos, as demonstrated in the fact that he frequently quotes his works. And he also, as I said, quotes three of Symeon's hymns. So the Dioptra promotes a rather practical and down-to-earth form of spirituality or religiosity, which leaves no space for mystical experiences during lifetime. Thus, it does not come as a surprise that the hymn passages that the Dioptra quotes are not the ones referring to Symeon's mystical experiences. And I will show you this. So he presents a more conventional image of the hymns in quoting them. This is the beginning of the Klavmi, the poem of contrition that is included in the Dioptra. So I read the English translation. You have the Greek text here. How can you sit idle? How do you remain unconcerned? How can you be negligent? Tell me, how do you not worry about the evils that you have done in the world? And how do you not value repentance alone and hasten to demonstrate sincere repentance and to inquire about it with much entreaty and to investigate carefully how you may accomplish it, so that you may be able, through repentance and by my benevolence, it's Christ, Jesus Christ speaking in a vision, to receive great forgiveness of your crimes. So the verses are almost identical, almost. There is a significant difference. In Symeon's poem, it is Christ who appears to Symeon and urges him to repent. But in the Dioptra, it is the poetic self who reproaches his own soul, as usual in catanyctic poems. So the verses in the Dioptra are no more part of a vision of Christ, but the usual theme of self-reproach. Similar is the case in a passage from Symeon's hymn 54, quoted in the epilogue of the Dioptra. What would a product ever know without its maker? For the product would certainly have demanded of it, justly and fittingly, the know-how which it had received, that is, its action and its function. For even a mattock, a scythe, a dagger, or a saw, an axe, a staff, a spear, and both sword and bow, an arrow, and all the remaining tools in life, each possesses its own function. But it does not take its function from itself, but certainly from us, that is, again, Christ speaking. For the artisan of each tool for whatever desired purpose, equips the tool to operate according to its art, etc. Again, the poem is quoted, the verses are quoted verbatim, but in Symeon it is Christ who appears to Symeon and explains how all knowledge originates from God, and that human beings come to self-knowledge from God. But in the new context, the excerpted passages are not spoken by Christ, but by the poet. And although in Symeon's hymn the verses refer to divine knowledge that is bestowed by Christ through experience, in the Dioptra the same verses assume the more conventional function of declarations of modesty from the part of the author. So in other words, in the epilogue, the author of the Dioptra, Philippos, declares that he said nothing of his own, but remained within the limits of what little gift was given to him by God. So what we can observe from the above regarding the early reception of Symeon's hymns is that the hymns were read and appreciated also by some people who occupied civil and ecclesiastic positions and had contacts to high ecclesiastic and civil circles, and B, that there was nevertheless a tendency to present the hymns in a more conventional light. And now I move to the second part of my paper, the reception of the hymns in the evidence of the manuscript. In the previous section, I examined the early reception of the hymns at a time from which we do not have manuscripts transmitting the hymns. In the following, I will concentrate on the manuscript tradition of Symeon's hymns. I will examine the manuscripts transmitting the hymns and look for indications about the milieu in which these manuscripts were produced and used, as well as the interests of the copyists and the later owners of the manuscripts, or their involvement in theological controversies of their time. The evidence I draw upon is the content of the manuscripts, that is, the selection of texts apart from the hymns, which were copied into the manuscripts, as well as marginal notes that give information about the copyists and the owners of the manuscripts. The earliest manuscript transmitting hymns by Symeon, the new theologian, is Vaticanus Grecus 504, from the beginning of the 12th century. This manuscript also transmits writings by Pseudo Dionysius Areopagitis, by Maximus Confessor, etc. So the hymns in this manuscript are transmitted in the context of ascetic or mystical theology. Oh, sorry. But this is the only manuscript from the 12th century. And also from the 13th century, we do not have but one manuscript transmitting the hymns. So, but I would not put too much importance on the paucity of the manuscript tradition from the 12th to the 13th centuries, because many manuscripts from these centuries were lost. So we may assume that more manuscripts circulated than the ones that came down to us. But still, in the next century, that is in the 14th century, the number of manuscripts explodes. So, I mean, relatively, of course, it's not that many, but we have 7 manuscripts from the 14th century transmitting the hymns. This may have to do also with the hesychastic movement. So some manuscripts containing Symeon's hymns have further ascetic context, notably the Climax, Isaac the Syrian, Maximus Confessor, that is authors which Gregory Sinaitis recommended in the passage I quoted at the beginning of this paper. We also have some manuscripts from the 14th century which transmit also secular content together with Symeon's hymns. So we have the Viennese manuscript containing the chronicle by Constantinos Manassis, which is the kind of text that Gregory Sinaitis would count among the ones that divert the mind from contemplation. We also have the Parisian manuscript that includes an astronomic treatise by Isaac Argyros and the Pitomi Physikis by Nikiforos Vlemidis. And we have also a manuscript preserved in the Patriarchal Institute in, former Patriarchal Institute in Sofia, which includes also works of mystic theology, let's say, but also epistles by Hippocrates and epistles of Michael Glikas, which were, well, I would not characterize them precisely as secular, but not monastic in any case. And we also have a manuscript that originated from an anti-hesychastic and anti-unionist context. Here, I must say that there is also a further indication that Symeon was also appreciated by some anti-hesychasts. We have in a manuscript in the Vita by Nikita Stithatos, there is a marginal note from a 14th century reader who commented on a passage where it said that Symeon had a vision after praying the liturgy of the hours, the 9th hour from the liturgy of the hours, and a 14th century reader, that is from the period of the hesychast controversy, wrote, so let's those among the hesychasts beware of this, those who contempt those who break with the church order and discard the tradition of the liturgy of the hours and the psalms. So regardless of whether this anti-hesychastic polemic is fair or not, my point here is that Symeon was respected also by some anti-hesychasts. So this, the person who wrote this marginal note did not argue whether Symeon was Orthodox or not. So he assumed that Symeon was Orthodox, and his point was that the hesychasts, in fact, did not follow Symeon as they declared to do, in his opinion. My hypothesis that Symeon was recognized also by some anti-hesychasts is supported by the Codex Vaticanus Barberini Greco 291, which originates from the 14th century and consists of two parts. The first part is an anti-unionist dossier with dogmatic texts against the Latin Church, and the second part is an anti-Palamite dossier. And here I must clarify that often we conflate anti-unionist and hesychasm, or pro-unionism and anti-hesychasm. But this overlapping was only partially true in the 14th century. So hesychasts were in general anti-unionists, and pro-unionists were in general anti-hesychasts, but anti-hesychasts were often anti-unionist, and these manuscripts bear witness to this. And this manuscript includes also some hymns by Symeon the New Theologian, among other ascetic works. You see here the beginning of the hymn of Symeon, hymns immediately following an anti-Palamite condemnation of Gregory Palamas. So in the following centuries, the manuscript production of the hymns continued unceasingly. While it was not a rich production, and manuscripts usually included only a few of the hymns, so excerpts of the corpus. But we have, well, statistics don't show the whole story, of course, don't say the whole story, but it is something that caught my interest because it is not so, it is not very, it is quite unusual that works have, that there are more manuscripts of Byzantine work from the 16th and the 17th century than we have from the 14th and the 15th. So you see, it's, well, again, use the statistics with caution, but you see this is these are the manuscripts transmitting hymns, and the entire of the entity of Symeon, these are manuscripts including any work by Symeon, and here you see the manuscript transmission of Gregory Palamas, so we have a sharp decline after the 15th century, and here even by the Vergetinos, we have a sharp decline in the post-Byzantine centuries. So again, it is not the whole story, but it's something that shows that maybe the breach was not so sharp between before the Kolivades movement. Yes, as in the century before, many manuscripts from the 15th and the early post-Byzantine centuries transmit ascetic hesychastic texts together with the hymns. So we have the Climax, we have Gregory Palamas, we have Isaac the Syrian, or a manuscript with the hesychastic prayer formula, Kyrie Jesu Christe eleison me, in the margins. And we have a manuscript, the last one, that includes Maximus the Confessor and Gregory Palamas and Gennadios Scholarios, but also the Exaimeron of Georgios Pisidis, which was a Byzantine, definitely not monastic, definitely not ascetic poem. And the anthropological, the work of Christian anthropology, Christian physiology by Nemesios of Emesa on the construction, on the making of man. But we also have some manuscripts with other than ascetic and mystic content, like the last one. I repeat, I show again the one from Oxford, but also, oh, okay. So the Alexandrian manuscript, somehow I deleted the secular content that it transmits, but the first one in this list transmits also secular writings by Michael Psellos and the treatise on the iambic meter. And it is this manuscript that, I mean, it includes a hymn by Symeon, which is one describing a vision by Symeon. So it's not the dichotomy between secular manuscripts with secular contents and manuscripts with hymns describing visions is not so sharp. And we also have some manuscripts that indicate that Symeon's hymns were read also in circles favorable to the Western Church. Yes, it's okay. The most notable example is the Codex Venetus Marcianus Zeta 494, which originates from the 13th century, but in the 15th century it belonged to the Cardinal Episarion. And we also have further manuscript, the one that originally from Constantinople, that transmits the soliloquies attributed to Augustine. And it's interesting to see the Greek title of this translation of Pseudo-Augustine. So, ευχέ θεωρητικέ και ερωτικέ. So it is a question worth pursuing with whether the translator of this text, which was Dimitrios Kydonis, who was a Byzantine scholar converted to Catholicism later, whether he knew and he alluded to the title of Symeon's hymns, because the word eros in the title in a title is quite unusual. And we have the Monacensis 177, who was written in the German city of Augsburg in the year 1595 by the Cypriot Hieronymus, who describes himself as ton scholastikon elachistos, which is the least among the scholastics. So in Byzantine times, the word scholastikos could have several meanings, but in this context, it can only mean one thing, that Hieronymus occupied himself with scholastic philosophy. So we do not know whether this Hieronymus, like Vessarion and Dimitrios Kydonis, also converted to Catholicism, but in any case, in another codex, we have a poem that he wrote to an unspecified pope. So the 18th century is characterized by the Kolibades movement, which aimed to renew the church life, notably based on the tradition of the Neptic Fathers. We have some manuscripts transmitting Symeon's hymns from the 18th century, and some of them include further works of the Neptic tradition. But as far as I can judge from the manuscript catalogues published so far, we do not have any manuscripts with secular contents from the 18th century. And from this century, we have also the first edition, by the first printed edition of Symeon's hymns by Dionysius Zagoreos. I do not have time to talk about this, and it's not my main point. I will conclude now. So from the early centuries, Symeon's reception was not restricted to a monastic milieu. Although he drew on the monastic ascetic tradition, there is evidence that he was read and appreciated also in non-monastic, or at least in secular and ecclesiastic circles, or in more urban monastic circles. In the 14th century, Symeon was claimed by some hesychasts. Indeed, together with explicit mentions of Symeon in hesychastic works, manuscripts from the 14th century onwards often transmit Symeon's works together with works by emblematic figures of the hesychastic movement: Gregory Sinaitis, Gregory Palamas, Philotheos Kokkinos. Moreover, among the manuscripts transmitting the hymns, there is a trend to include further works explicitly recommended by Gregory Sinaitis. So the Climax, Isaac the Syrian, Maximus the Confessor, as well as further ascetic works. However, we should beware of false dichotomies. Indeed, we have manuscripts that include, together with Symeon's hymns, also theological works that do not belong to the mystic ascetic tradition, or works of secular learning. This means that Symeon's hymns were read also by people with interests beyond ascetic literature. Moreover, there are indications that even in the 14th century and later, Symeon was still appreciated in milieus hostile to hesychasms and or with unionist sympathies. So the manuscript evidence indicates that in the last Byzantine and first post-Byzantine centuries, one can find hesychasts, but also anti-hesychasts and pro-unionists among Symeon's readers. So the interest in Symeon's hymns was enhanced by the Kolibades movement in the 18th century, notably through the printed edition by Dionysius Zagoreos, but this was far from the recovery of something long forgotten. The manuscript tradition of Symeon's hymns indicate that this work of Byzantine mystic poetry was known and appreciated among a diverse readership. So Symeon was a personality that defies classification, and the diversity of his audience maybe testifies to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague of Toledo, for this remarkable presentation. Τώρα, να μην χάσουμε χρόνο, θα πάμε...
Let's not lose more time. Let's move to the next speaker and dear friend, Panagiotis Ifadis from the University of Thessaloniki, the School of Theology. His speech is entitled The Position of the New Theologian in the Hagiographical Pattern of Eastern Orthodox Tradition. Thank you, moderator. Good morning. I would like to thank the organizing committee of this remarkable conference, and particularly Theophilos Abatsidis, who also produced a recent study on Saint Symeon, the New Theologian. One of the most interesting times or turns of the Byzantine Eastern tradition is expressed by Saint Symeon, the New Theologian, who was born in 949 in Paphlagonia and fell asleep in the Lord in 1022. The current approach to that person is mainly based in the life of Symeon, compiled by Nikitas Stithatos, and tries to shed light in the spiritual physiognomy and its position in the hagiological tradition of the Church. The editors of lectionaries have a doubly controversial aim to present the person as continuator of an already existing tradition in order to avoid suspicion of faithful people against modernity. At the same time, hagiographers seek to highlight the uniqueness of the person and its worthy canonization. This controversy is superficial and easy to understand theological. The appeal to the past demonstrates the ongoing continuity of spirituality, seamless continuity of spiritual events since its first biblical appearances. While the focus on the particular elements that characterize the new actualizations of sainthood shows the need of the Church to give birth, detect, and glorify the people that make Christ present in each individual historic and geographical context. The same purpose is served by the biographer of Symeon, Nikitas Stithatos, who presents him as a continuator of the saints of the past, even though they might not always be named. In the next chapters, we will try to detect the common constants that link the life of Symeon with the relevant lectionary tradition and ascetic anthropology, and highlight and discuss ambiguities and questions that concern an equal number of aspects of the spiritual physiognomy of this Byzantine monk. Georgios, as he was baptized, was from an aristocratic and rich family. As a child, he was distinguished by his physical strength, beauty and physical grace, and intellectual skills. But he stood out for also his prudence and grace of the Holy Spirit. Regardless of the historic accuracy of this element, allude to the habit of hagiographers to trace the spiritual inclination of saints back to their childhood. In the same framework, we have the decision of the teenager Symeon not to complete his studies in Constantinople, where his parents sent him. This decision is linked to the expression of his wish to become monk. A determining factor for this development was the unexpected death of his uncle and guardian in Constantinople, Ioannis Vrigas, a courtier who was caring for Symeon. Stithatos tells us that Symeon had Stithatos informs us that Symeon had denied to his uncle to meet the royals and become a chamberlain in the palace, but he had accepted a position in the royal Synclitus. The loss of a guardian focused on the ideal of secular success ignites an internal crisis in the teenager Symeon, who in spiritual terms equals an early awareness of his internal inclination. Symeon denies, as we said, secular knowledge, especially the one stemming from the national environment of Greek antiquity. This denial is the other aspect of the typically monastic perception that true wisdom is only the wisdom of God. This is why true philosophy is the empirical study and practical imitation of God-man. I would like to highlight that in another part of Vita, a mature Symeon will defend the simplicity and lack of education of his successor Arsenius at the monastery of San Mamas, saying that it is equal to knowledge from above. Let's go back to young Symeon, who now, unprotected and free of the guardianship of his uncle, seeks and finds a spiritual replacement, guardian and father, in the face of elder Symeon the Pious. This experienced monk does not satisfy Symeon's wish to enter in the brotherhood, believing that he is still prone to temptation and vulnerable to the difficulties of monastic life. Symeon could have very easily abandoned this wish or find someone who was more willing to help them, but his patience and persistence reminds us the patience and humiliation of ancient ascetics. Symeon leaves the monastery but commits to asceticism and prayer. This period of internal maturing will be completing in his birthplace 1 year before he is finally admitted to the studious monastery. According to the description of his biographer, when Symeon decides to leave his birth town in order to become a monk, his elderly father tells him, "Stay with me until my death." Symeon responds that this would be rather dangerous, to prefer anything else other than love and commitment to the Lord. So, this seems to be more zealous compared to other saints who decide to become monks after the death of their parents, including Holy Chrysostom. Let's talk about another parameter that is linked to these early experiences of Symeon. The narration on the definite abandonment of the birthplace and father reveals another aspect of the high ideological physiognomy of Symeon. During his return to Constantinople, according to Stithatos, Symeon feels like burning from the burning love for the Heavenly Father, and he is in sorrow and in tears in order to find temporary relief. The love for God is the causal root for the selection of monasticism. This divine love of Symeon equals contempt of all financial, social, and parental links that keep him near the earth. The divine love that burns the heart and the existence of young Symeon is nourished by his first monastic readings that were given to him by his spiritual father. This is described in detail by Stithatos in order to highlight Symeon as a continuator and person who expressed the ancient monastic ethos. The importance of these ascetic ways and methods for the understanding of the ideological personality of Symeon makes it necessary to make a short reference. Before he becomes a novice monk, Symeon shows warm faith and ascetic zeal, which ignites the interest of demons. Symeon accepts an attack by demons in his birthplace and responds with prayer and strict fasting. He also walks around cemeteries in order to keep alive the memory of death as an antidote to carelessness. When he goes to the monastery of Studion, he resists to idleness, careless, and darkness of mind through patience and with the help of the Holy Spirit. He is tormented by fantasies, by noises and visions of people that transform his cell to an antechamber to eternal hell, especially during the nights when biological resistance is lower. According to Neptic works that talk about the course to sainthood, the taming and defeat of sins equals the acquisition of the respected virtue, since the power that nourished the bad habit now serves the good. This is confirmed in the life of Symeon, who has virtues such as apathy, non-property, piety, prudence, patience, humiliation, and obedience. And let's focus on the two last ones, humiliation and obedience. The monk's humiliation for Symeon is mainly linked to the obedience to his spiritual father. Symeon experiences this monastic virtue as an excessive and very demonstrative affection and care and his respect to his elder, Symeon the Pious. He refrains from touching his clothes or step on the earth he had previously stepped, or he kisses and wipes the tears out of the face of the elder. These manifestations of love and honor are abundant in hagiographical texts, with the difference that usually they are addressed to an elder already reposed. The elder Symeon the Pious is not troubled by the demonstrativeness and these honors paid to Symeon by Symeon to him, but at the same time he acknowledges how dangerous this excessive zeal is. He gives him tasks that might be contrary to monastic habits, such as more food, more rest, in order to protect him. Then we will now talk about the individual aspect of asceticism and of the ascetic and wider physiognomy of Symeon. One of the first and, in my opinion, decisive advice given to novice Symeon by his elder is the following. Be careful, my child, if you want to save yourselves and escape the traps of the devil. Take care of yourself and do not talk without purpose with anyone here. Do not go from cell to cell. Become a stranger. Do not talk. Think of your sins, keep them in mind, and think of the eternal punishment. And if you do that, you will be greatly benefited. The parenesis encouragement of Symeon is so clear as the questions raised for the reader of the Vita. Because what the elder describes as the quest and acquisition of salvation is a rather individual fight. The fight for completion and sainthood is exhausted in a close relationship of love between the faithful and the God. Under this perspective, the commandment of Christ is undermined, and the divine love seems to be an opposite to the love to the neighbor. But the issue is whether the new theologian shares and implements this encouragement by his spiritual father. The answer is given in the sections of the Vita that describe the daily schedule of San Symeon in San Mama's monastery. He is almost always locked in his cell, and he didn't pay any attention to other people. He used to eat with the brotherhood only on festive days, and right after the end of the meal, he used to stand up and go to his cell, where he continued asceticism, study, and of theory with very short breaks. The same is concerned by the participation of Symeon in common worship. He was the first in the morning prayer, and he was standing until the end of the service. He was very often praying alone even during the service. Let's now talk about the visions of God. According to Stithatos, Symeon had his first vision before tonsure into the monastic schema. During this mystic experience, he had the feeling of floating above earth and shouting, "Lord, have mercy," without any sound being heard. He saw a cloud of light, and that represented the glory of God, and next to it, the elder Symeon the Pious. The text describes the awakening of a mystic conscience. This floating connotates the elevation to another level of existence, closer to the sky. This voiceless shout alludes to a dream of revelation. The cloud of light alludes to epiphanies, and the presence of Symeon the Pious alludes to the right choice of Symeon to be by his side. Also, the second vision of the divine light includes his spiritual father, while the persecutions and wars against Symeon had begun. A little before this vision, his elder had given him comfort for the envy of his fellow monks, and he told him that God will grant him double the grace he had himself. Quite often, the divine light that was shed on him during the service was so blinding that the congregation found it difficult to look at his face. This part of the Vita connects the visions of God of Symeon to the light of Tabor shed by Christ during his transfiguration. There are many excerpts in the Vita for these aspects. Let's now talk about the conflicts in the relationship of Symeon with others. One of the common loci of hagiographical literature is to describe the saint as a controversial point. The slander of the virtues makes more dramatic and often miraculous the revelation of the truth, which leads to the restoration of reputation. Symeon had repeated problems in his interpersonal relationship. His biographer talks about them as a series of unjust attacks and persecutions, as a dark background that shed even more light in the physiognomy of the new theologian. All those conflicts, compulsory movements, and punishments suffered by Symeon are also linked to the vertical dimension of his mysticism, which, even though impressive, is still a subjective and ecclesiologically centrifugal power. The envy of the abbot against the elder Symeon the Pious is shared by the brothers who envy the new theologian. The abbot tries to take Symeon under his own guidance and finally orders his banishment from the monastery. In the monastery of Agios Mamas, Symeon will have to deal with the revolt of a large part of brothers who are angry about the strict rules he had introduced. This episode reveals a controversy in the behavior of Symeon. On the one hand, he was in conflict with the abbot of the Studios monastery in favor of his elder, but on the other hand, himself as an abbot didn't listen to the reactions of the brothers, and he demonstrated himself as a model, as an example of behavior. There is only a single scholar that talks about this self-reference of Symeon. The biggest problem for Symeon was the honors he paid to his beloved elder. The reactions of Syncelos Stephanos influenced the initially tolerable patriarch, and as a result, Symeon had to defend himself before the council. The biographer presents Symeon as standing for his behavior, making reference to the Bible and to the patristic thought and actions. Stithatos calls upon the deep and established knowledge, using the words idos and epistamenos, that Symeon had around the sainthood of his elder. It was an individual and mystic knowledge. A very interesting manipulation of the conflict on behalf of Stithatos is the transition from the trial to the icon of his elder. New Theologian used to worship that icon even before his critics. The stealing of this icon by brothers and its transfer to the Patriarchy and the accusations against Symeon allude to the behavior of iconoclasts who 2 centuries ago had doubted about the legitimacy of icons. His adversaries removed the word saint from all the images of Symeon the Pious. Stithatos narrates the bad treatment of these icons with such tension, such realism, in order to make the reader understand the violence and the cruelty that was shown to Symeon. Persecutions continue, always started by Syncelos Stephanos. Symeon does not give in, and he is punished with exile. The Patriarch, following a letter by Symeon, accepts to recall the punishment, the sanction, and restore Symeon at the monastery of St. Mamas under one condition. Symeon should stop paying publicly honors to his elder. The new theologian remains rigid. He refuses to do that. On the other hand, Symeon's attitude is a conscious inobedience towards the Patriarch. Even though he had already criticized the authority of Syncelos Stephanos, Symeon does not deny the hierarchy, but he is certain that the charisma of individual access and obedience to the unique authority of the Lord makes it legitimate even to ignore the orders and the advice of the Patriarch. And this brings us to the last section of this speech. The completion of the first millenary, Christian millenary, with the eschatological fears and expectations accompanying it, led to an unwillingness to canonize new saints. Every saint is a model for the internal renewal of faithful people, a quasi-Christ of each era that shows the destination towards eschatologic completion. The hierarchy of the Church does not want to increase the number of saints because they believe that history is over, the end of times is near, the second coming of Christ as a judge is near, so there is no need for more saints. This is how the perception was shaped that the models of the old saints are no longer accessible to the Christians of the 10th and 11th century. Stithatos himself, in his work on those who accuse the saints, said that such a perception is alien to the apostolic tradition. Symeon defended the sainthood of his elder, instead, contrary to his deniers, making reference to his personal knowledge. Stithatos describes similar miraculous appearances of new Theologian in visions of other elders. In another dramatic expert of the Vita, Stithatos mentions that he himself witnessed with his physical eyes Symeon in a state of heavenly beatitude, asking him to care for the diffusion of his works and reputation. The narration of miracles is a main ingredient of the structure of lectionaries, or a work that complements the description of the Vios and the Dormition of Saints. In our case, the tactic of Stithatos to make reference to the miraculous intervention of Symeon makes reference to the decision of Patriarch Philotheos Kokkinos to collect evidence on the miraculous power of the relics of Gregorius, in order then to canonize him. In the theological controversies between East and West that will leave their mark on 14th century, an important position is set for the thought of Symeon, because Palamas appreciated him and he admired him as the teacher of the prayer of the heart. The prevalence of hesychast established the memory of new Theologian, mainly in the Eastern monacism and especially in Mount Athos. I'm talking the memory, not the texts. And the Mount Athos was was the one that hosted 4 centuries later the renewal of the hesychastic and niptic spirituality. Indeed, the representatives of the movement of Kolivades are appropriating the thought of Symeon, and they renew his hagiological memory as evidence, but the 2 hagiographic texts dedicated to Symeon by Nicodemos of Mount Athos. As highlighted, we all know that the adversaries of Palamas believe that Symeon was the one to have invented the heresies of Palamas. It is interesting also to say that there are two eminent works of there are two texts on the New Theologian. The first one, Notitia, is by Leontos Salatios, who repeats the accusations of prior anti-hesychads. The second one is a Prefacio by Jacobus Pontanus, who talks with admiration but does not call him saint because he believes wrongly that he lived after the schism of 1054. While Volundist fathers had the intention to include him in May's sense, a Dominican scholar discouraged them with the argument that Symeon was the source of the Phalamic heresies. The Greek representatives of the Orthodox academic theology of the 20th century were very strict towards Symeon. They were very critical towards his faith. In the second half of the last century, there was more willingness to estimate the Symeon. However, the hierological honor of New Theologian was neither shrinked nor expanded, which means that Symeon still is not in the heart of wider parts of the ecclesiastic corpus, which might be due to some extreme characteristics of the saints, such as extreme asceticism or this difficulty to balance between the subject and the community, and his deep and vertical mystic vein, the love and unmediated relationship to God. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for this very interesting paper. According to the agenda, we only have 5 minutes for discussion. Oh, the comment from the audience was off the microphone. Okay, so we have 15 to 20 minutes for this discussion. First of all, I would like to congratulate both speakers for the wonderful papers. I would like to make a comment on the paper of Irini Afentoulidou. And mainly I would like to make a remark on the manuscripts you showed. On your PowerPoint we saw that the Symeon's works are relevant to monks, but also in some manuscripts we also saw some more vernacular texts. I saw Glykas, I saw the epitome of Isaac Argyros, which is a more vernacular aspect of this treatise. Therefore, this shift to a more vernacular language affected the reception of its work, meaning that was more relevant to people who would read a more vernacular treatise other than the monastic circles. That's what I understood. That's a very good remark, and thank you. And I would also like to say the following. I really enjoyed the part saying that in Palamite manuscripts and hesychasts and anti-hesychasts, there are quotes of Symeon, meaning that his work was relevant, and I see that there are still quotes of his work. And it comes to me by surprise because he lived a turbulent life and still he's dragged into a controversy. He's remembered, and I'm sure that they're trying to discover some models in order for them to document their opinions. Yes, thank you for that comment. However, I can't help but wonder about the 14th century and the Palamites and the anti-Palamites. Is that the anti-hesychasts that quote him. I don't know what exactly they quote, and from hesychasm, because some people are negatively judging the theology and the distinction between essence and actions. Actually, substance and actions, excuse me. This is something that would be quite interesting to see whether this is the main point of focus of this dichotomy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Highly interesting presentations. I would just like to ask a question to dear Irini. This question with regards to the fact that Symeon is being quoted by anti-hesychists. At this point, it has to do with the times and the hours. Is it true an indication of acceptance, or maybe is it an argument in order to speak the language of the other camp, to say that you can see your own Simon abides to the hours, etc.? Okay, that's another question. There is also another question regarding the explanation of those codes. And when it comes to what Mr. Gouzourioti said before, I see that they have included Pisidis and Maximus the Confessor works. I don't know, maybe there are texts that are being compiled on those manuscripts. I'm talking about texts of eschatological thinking or problematic. Well, I can't help but wonder about those things, and I don't know whether this is part of this ensemble of texts. And lastly, I also saw that the hymns, when it comes to the verses, they are divided with a semicolon. Was it copied to be read for private use, or some were using it in order to recite those hymns? I'm more interested in the use of the hymns and how they were being used by the readers of the manuscripts. And I would also like to ask the same question to Panagiotis. Is it true that they don't want to recognize new saints, or he doesn't want new saints to be recognized under some other terms and conditions? Is it a matter of management of the process of who is responsible for the recognition of the saints? Well, I don't have a question, but it's a comment that is linked to Dimitri's question. The Patriarch allowed for quite some long time for Symeon to die to be worshipped. It looks like he was sending candles and incense, but this started with intervention of Stephanus, because when he, for inexplicable reasons, left Nicomedia and went to come to Constantinople, and then we see the beginning of a dark relation with the Patriarch and the Patriarchate. Well, yes, of course. I would like to start with the last question regarding the point, the semicolon. I will give a short answer. That's an endless topic, because we know that the punctuation marks in Byzantine text, something that has been discussed. But I'm afraid we don't have much time to exhaust this issue. I don't think that manuscripts follow special or specific punctuation marks rules. So I don't think that those punctuation marks are safe for us to draw conclusions regarding the way in which was read. When it comes to the eschatology, okay, interesting your point. I can see it. I will look into that. However, there was a trend in some manuscripts to collect those metered verses. Pisidis was archaic, Constantinos Manesis was more vernacular. And then, when it comes to the remark made by the anti-hesychists, that Symeon was praying in the ninth hour. I might say that both are true. It is clear that for tactical reasons, this anonymous commentator wants to use a name that has been appreciated by the hesychasts, and that's an indirect acknowledgement of the fact that Symeon was being appreciated. However, I believe that this wouldn't have been used as an example if he was considered to be the head of a cult. Thank you, Dimitris, and I would also like to thank Theophilus for your questions. Okay, here comes the publicly that I said before. First of all, when it comes to the willingness or not, it's true that there is not so much willingness. That might be also attributed to the urban landscape that has to do with the turn of the millenary, as we saw that recently. And this was something that influenced people of that time and the church. On the other hand, it might seem humble to say that, okay, we don't like the audience, but this does not mean that the hagiographs cannot paint the images of the old saints. There is this unwillingness, and we also have the work of Sithatas against those who accuse the saints. It's depicting this difficulty, it is indicative of this difficulty. And this is juxtaposed in order for them to promote their own standard. Now, when it comes to the position of Symeon towards his elder, we have Emmanuel Gideon in a work that had been authored many years before that, saying that in monasteries there was the custom to announce the sanctity, the sainthood of the abbot or the founder of the monastery, because in the case of the 11th and 14th century we have some quotes of Symeon, the new theologian. And what's the problem there? Why did Stephen go against? First of all, okay, he had hurt feelings against him, but why did this reaction of Stephanos resonate? And given that we have 16 years of uninterrupted praise, why did this happen? Because Symeon tried to impose or spread the word beyond the monastery, outside the monastic circle. That's my personal assumption. If you read his controversy with the Patriarch, it's not a controversy, it's the final effort of the Patriarch to restore some things. So when they discuss, he says, okay, please come back, but please don't challenge people publicly. Okay, so it's not the appraisal, it's the way in which it is manifested and declared. This is what I believe. First of all, in all the communities, we see that they shape their own rationale and rules, and that goes without saying for Symeon the Pious. The point is for them to be acknowledged and praised by their community. Symeon left his community, but it's meaningless because he left the community due to other reasons that went beyond his will. So publicly, it's the adverb that's important. And the Patriarch at the beginning, like you said, Theophilus, had told him that, could you please remind me what's the day on which we need to celebrate him? And that's not the problem. I believe that the way in which Symeon did it was challenging. Theophilus, you go first. Well, yes, I would like to highlight some aspects of the hagiological profile of Symeon, and I would like to start with something that we have heard by other speakers regarding his persecution from the Studios monastery. If we follow the realistic Magakin interpretation, I would like to say that I have a hard time imagining how a person who is a young monk leaves the studios because he is attached to his spiritual father, and in less than a year goes to a smaller monastery where he becomes an abbot. He is also a priest, and with the property that he holds, can refurbish the monastery and transform it into a big monastery. So McGuigan says that actually he wasn't persecuted and chased away by the first monastery. He was promoted to another. So the Studite reform after Theodorus became more loose. And in Symeon's times, it was frequent for young or rookie monks to be under the supervision of another elder rather than the abbot. And I would also like to make another remark about a sensitive issue that has to do with individual prayer during Eucharist. To my point of view, the only reference being made to that is in the second letter, and this refers to a member of the laity. And it also has to do maybe with the inorderly fashion that was followed in the parishes with yells and screams, distractions. So this advice goes to secular people, to non-priests, that they need to be focused and dedicated on that. There are other remarks in the 26th Catechesis that does not have to do with Eucharist. At the monastery of St. Mamas, and maybe at Studios Monastery as well, but I'm not sure about that. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Communion would not follow the early stage of the service. And in that case, there is some cohesion, and during the matins, they could go to listen to that, and then without distraction they could go to the Holy Communion. But instead of that, they could stay in their cell in order for them to go to the communion in a more conditioned way. Now, when it comes to the cell, St. Mamas was a peculiar monastery, and there is the habit for some monks who would go and eat in the cells of the richer monks. This does not have to do with the feeling that you will not be in the community, you will not look into the other person's face. So maybe we need to focus on the interpretation of that. I fully agree with Theophilus, and all your remarks are wonderful. But given that this life is described in that way, it's important to see what the readers of the life will keep from that. Life will be read by people who want to follow their example, and the example that they will follow is the one that I described in my humble words. And we also have some other self-reporting or autobiographic quotes. We know that this is a multifaceted personality and figure, and on this occasion I would also like to talk about the need to have a comprehensive overview. He shouldn't be assigned to these or the other categories. Tithardus, of course, had his own reasons to deliver this personal biography. I would like to congratulate you for this wonderful presentations, and I would like to make a few comments regarding the monastic charisma, to denounce your own will. You said that his spiritual father was seen by him as God. And he talks about the death of the spiritual fathers and their relation. So I would like to ask you, the margins of obedience, what are there? Which are the specific limits when we talk about the denunciation of the personal everything? And my second question has to do with whether your research has touched upon traces of Maximus the Confessor regarding God's will, because it is he who tries to approach this legal will. And in that sense, I don't know whether there are some influences there. Thank you. Thank you for your questions. Okay, I would like to say the following. When we talk about the limits of obedience, we try to touch upon the limits of freedom and liberty, which is a priori impossible. What can we say about obedience? We have adhierondikon, which is not idealized or moralized. We have some cases of obedience that are very strict, and we see that it is through this devotion and obedience we have the spiritual explosions. I don't think that we can delimitate that. However, recently we can do that in the spiritual field because we can see some poisonous fruits of that tree. Because it is a deeply rooted tree, and we know that the fruits are also tasteless. Now, when it comes to the influence, I believe that Symeon's work, as is the case with him, because he's not an easy task to be classified under a category, I believe that, in general, he focuses on the fact that he is a person that cannot be classified, or a person that has different antinomies. This does not mean that his spiritual radiance becomes lesser due to that. Methodologically, it is difficult to use a terminology that is so much strict, so specific, as it was the case with Maximus the Confessor, because he was a scholar. The other person was a poet. How can we compare the two? And there is also a common tradition, there's a common experience. But the fact, that the way in which it is conceptualized, it's different. The comment of the audiences of the microphone therefore cannot be translated. The speaker says, yes, because this is empirical. I don't know how it can become conceptualized. Thank you. But please, can I add some? Please be extremely brief. Either we talk about enunciation of your own will, either we talk about another term for the same concept. It's the same thing after all. Yes, it is. Stavros. I know that we're behind our schedule, but I am tormented by the following question. We study all those things not because we are historians and we're interested in finding out details on removing the curtain of the reality. I believe that we carry a reality. We try to interpret history and we try to interpret it in order to help ourselves in our current lives. If we transform that in the sanctification of Symeon the Pious, which is the impact on today's orthodoxy, and when we talk about an obsession to the monastic archaeological pattern, what's the influence? So orthodoxy is just about monastery, about monasticism. Does sainthood refer to monks only, or everything that imitates monasticism? And we saw that this is something that, due to Philokalia, extends to Russia. We saw Berdiadev saying that in Russia, Orthodoxy failed because they didn't have anything else to propose apart from the Cenobitism and monasticism. And if you read Dostoevsky, he dedicates 100 pages on Staré Zosima. So you do realize that Orthodoxy did not elaborate on a model that referred to the life inside this world and keeps turning to monasticism. We all know that those examples of sainthood happen in Mount Athos and outside Mount Athos, and they refer to the monastic perspective alone. I know how sensitive you are scientifically and ecclesiastically regarding the fact that we need to expand the paradigm of sainthood to other fields. I'd like to listen to your commentary.
We definitely share the same concerns. I completely understand. I didn't talk about contemporary times because I didn't need to in this paper, but this is somehow included, meaning how church, from a monasticization that came since the 9th century, ended up with a monasticization of spirituality. And this has taken gigantic dimensions, and it has led to a single aspect, a single understanding of spirituality that cannot go outside the monastery. Charisma is not only the charisma of the monk, of the abbot, of the elder. A charisma can be shared by a parish priest that understands its congregation as a type of brotherhood, regardless of age. If somebody reads this text by Symeon and tries to make the parallelism with today, they will understand how easy for someone in the name of an unmediated experience of God can truly lead to very blurred results and very unpleasant ones for sainthood itself. The question you raised is a question raised from the 4th, 5th century, where with the mediation of monasticism, there is this effort of dominance, of prevalence. And this does not only concern the effort of monasticism to present itself as the more accurate experience of the gospel. There is an ambiguity around that. Thank you very much. So I would like to thank the speakers. I would like to thank for the Q&A. But before going to lunch, we will take a group photo. And then let's go to lunch.
speaker will be Marie-Hélène Congourdeau. She's a researcher emerita at the Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique. In Paris, she focuses on Byzantine theology with emphasis in 14th century. She has worked on Nikolaos Kavasilas, and another aspect of her research interests covers Byzantine anthropology, medicine, embryology. She's going to speak in French. We also have simultaneous interpretation into Greek and into English. The PowerPoint presentation will be in French. So here we're not going to talk about theology or mystic, we're going to talk about monastic life.
Town behind Symeon.
So the name is Symeon the New Theologian. It is a denomination that can be interpreted in numerous meanings, in numerous directions. First of all, the word theologian reminds us of a pronounced spiritual life. Evagrius the Pontic wrote, "If you are a theologian, you truly pray, and if you truly pray, you are a theologian." So, Symeon is someone who prays. On the other hand, he is called new, which makes a distinction from the two ancient theologians, St. John Evangelist and St. Gregory of Nazianzus. But he could also be named new, another meaning, and we could call him Symeon the new Cenobitic monk, because it is indeed the beginning of a new orientation of Byzantine Cenobitic monasticism. We could place his innovation against the history of monasticism and urban monasticism. It's true that Symeon holds a unique position in the history of Byzantine monasticism. He was a monk at the monastery of Studios in Constantinople, and he lived a mystical experience that looked incompatible with the life of a Cenobitic monk, an experience on the basis of which we could characterize the monk as an hesychast, a term that up to that time was only mainly attributed to hermits. So this is how hesychasm was introduced in monasteries. However, he remains a Cenobitic monk and remained such until the end of his life, when he was abbot at St. Mamas Monastery. In order to understand the originality of Symeon, who Antonio Rigo qualifies as meteorite in the skies of the Byzantium, we need to understand that in its historical context, and this context is urban monasticism of the Byzantine tradition. Let's start discussing the period from Antonius the Great until Theodore died. Since the beginning of Christianity, Christian men and women started living in cities and villages, and their life was dedicated to celibacy, poverty, and prayer. So they called the ancient texts a category of virgins or widows who continued to live inside the world until the 4th century and the end of persecutions. And this form of asceticism appears to be insufficient for spirits that seek completion and perfection. The inhabited world needs to be abandoned because it's considered to be too secular. And then we see two different forms of withdrawal. The Hermetic form in Egypt, and those are the so-called fathers of the desert. Another semi-Hermetic form in mainly Syria and Palestine. Can you imagine of Labra Marsaba in the Judean desert? We also have the Cenobitic form, the common life, or the great monasteries of St. Pachomis in Egypt, and organized communities according to what is called the rule of St. Basil. At the same time, the big cities, Antioch, Constantinople, got to develop particular monastery forms. So we have the Vagabonds for God, small brotherhoods dedicated to prayer and charity, and they founded hospices and hospitals, and those are the beginnings of urban monasticism. Soon, the church and the state will try to direct those anarchist movements. But let's now talk about urban monasticism. For church, it's the fourth rule, the canon 4 of the Council of Chalcedon. Let those who truly and sincerely lead the monastic life be counted worthy of becoming honor. But for as much as certain persons using the pretext of monasticism bring confusion both upon the church and political affairs by going about promiscuously in the cities, at the same time seeking to establish monasteries for themselves. It is decreed that no one anywhere built or found a monastery or oratory contrary to the will of the bishop of the city, and that the monks in every city and district shall be subject to the bishop. End of quote. For the state, among others, we have the Justinian Novel 123, which recognizes in city those Cenobitic communities where monks, female or male monks, live inside a monastery under the authority of the abbot. So the urban and ecclesiastical authorities at the heart of the empire benefited, particularly in the cities, of the Cenobitic style, which is easier to control. Sometimes laity praises hermits because they consider to be more charismatic. Let's move on now to the Byzantine monasticism from the 7th to 9th century. In 7th century, the Arabic conquests that followed the appearance of Islam have disturbed the organization of Byzantine societies and parts of Byzantine Empire and in the land of Islam. And we saw that due to the loss of territories and the persecutions in the land of Islam, we had migratory flows of monks from the conquered areas, mainly Syria and Palestine, to the center of the Byzantine Empire, particularly towards Constantinople. And those monks bring with them their special monastic and liturgical traditions. Some of them will disrupt the special traditions of Constantinopolitan monasticism. Another disruption, the 8th and 9th centuries are characterized by the iconoclastic controversy, which runs in two consecutive phases. In those two controversies, the emperors want to eradicate images and persecute those who defend them. So the monks appear to be the defenders of the holy images and the victor of the orthodoxy. So their authority and influence in the Byzantine society were reinforced, and the same applied to their involvement in political life. And during the second phase of the iconoclasm, we had Theodore Studite, who was one of the major defendants of images. He had introduced at the St. John Prodromus monastery at Studius in Constantinople a special form of urban monasticism, Cenobitic monasticism, that would later spread across many other Byzantine monasteries. So we can talk about the reform of Theodore Studite. So, the monastic reform of Theodore Studite. Symeon, the new theologian, is a Studite monk, meaning that he is a monk at Studius Monastery in Constantinople. Therefore, it is of essence to understand the main characteristic of Studite monasticism according to documents that were collected after the death of Theodore, and they comprise the so-called Studite canon. Theodore possessed the authority of miracle-performing hermits. They consider that too much, and in some traditions of semi-hermetic monasticism, which was brought along with the Palestinian monks who resorted to the Byzantine Empire. This reform codifies and regulates an authentic urban cenobitism in the big city of Constantinople. Against all the exaggerations of the wonder-performing hermits who claim that represent the essence of monasticism, Theodore says that we need to return to the sources of early monasticism of the Old Fathers, something that is strictly founded in the ascetic words of Basil and the Dorothean of Gaza in the 6th century. But this is a personal interpretation. His conception is the conception of a comprehensive cenobitism founded on the common life, meaning common services, common lunches and dinners, common possession of all goods. The authority of the abbot is elected by the monks, and he is the spiritual father who guides them through the weekly catechesis. The equality among all monks, which is the reason why Theodore forbids a difference between a small and a big set of monks, a difference that stems from the Palestinian customs and the assignments which are called diakony. Those assignments are assigned by the abbot. And we also have another example taken from the Studite hypotyposis, and I quote, "When all the brothers come to lunch, they recite the verse. They sit around the table, 9 in each table. The heads are making sure that the tables are held in good order without problems, and then we read while the brothers have their heads covered. And when the reading is over, we can hear the sound of spoons which are left on the plate, and then we will start eating." End of quote. Now, emphasis is not laid on individual spirituality, but to the service provision to every brother. Every monk puts themselves to the service of their fellow monks. The reform of Theodore, which was codified after his death, on the basis of his works, has inspired numerous founders of monasteries, first of all in Constantinople and then in the regions. It should be noted that in Byzantium, every monastery has its own rule, meaning the typikon, the rule of life and rule of prayer. Contrary to the West, where we have the Saint Benedict rule applying to all the monasteries of the Benedictine. However, many monastery typikons that were written at this time are inspired by the typikon of Studius. And the reading of the Theodore's catechesis in numerous Byzantine monasteries will help disseminate the spirit of Studite cenobitism, especially in Mount Athos, where St. Athanasius of Athos will draw inspiration from Studius typikon. The development of urban monasticism in time of Symeon. 949-1022. Let's start with the general framework and let's talk about Symeon. The life of Symeon coincides with the foundation in Mount Athos of big Cenobitic monasteries. In their vast majority, the Studite rule applied. Symeon was 15 years old when Athanasius the Athonite founded Lavra Monastery, and he was abbot at the monastery of St. Mamas when the monasteries of Iviron, Vatopedi and Zographos were founded, meaning that this type of monastery was in full growth, not only in cities such as Constantinople, but also in Mount Athos. And it was the time where the monastery started deliberating from the custody of the local church that was required and set forth in the rules of the church and the laws of the empire. It is in this period that many founders of monasteries place the monastery under the direct authority of the Patriarch of Constantinople, which was less burdensome than the one of the bishop or the metropolitan, especially for the remote monasteries, which are the Stavropagial monasteries. And we also see that some monasteries are founded and they're independent of any ecclesiastical authority, but this independence from the ecclesiastical authorities translates into increased dependence from the secular society. The founders, usually originating from big royal families, would impose their way of life, and the monasteries increase, sometimes to the detriment of monastic values of poverty and equality among monks. This trend started in Symeon's time. So, Symeon, he was a monk of the Student tradition. Now, let's remember the key characteristics of Symeon's life. He was born in 949 to a royal family, a noble family in Paphlagonia of Asia Minor. He went in a young age in Constantinople in order to meet his uncle, who held a high office in the emperor's court. After his studies, he was preparing to follow the high official career, living a careless life, a carefree life, and he met a monk from Studios. And he started to live life of asceticism and prayer. And then he went to Studios monastery. For a Studios rookie, it was a theater monastery. The spiritual guidance of Symeon was informal because it benefited individual prayer. It places the authority of Symeon's spiritual father, Symeon Sturdite, above the authority of the abbot. So he seems to be detached from the whole, and then, after many adventures, he goes away from the studio, and then he enters the St. Mamma's monastery that was rather close to Studios monastery, and he became a monk, a priest, and then an abbot. He undertook the refurbishment and renewal of the monastery that was threatened with destruction, and he restored monastic life. He also added an unusual importance to individual prayer in the cell, which was not the case in Studios monastery. So I don't want to bore with details about his mystical experiences or the difficulties he came across. For example, the hostility on behalf of the monks that wanted to chase him away from the monastery, the attacks he suffered on behalf of the Constantinople Patriarch due to the fact that he adored his deceased spiritual father. His final exile to the Asian side of Constantinople. He died in 1022. And his memory will be preserved by his disciples for more than 2 centuries. So, Symeon and the Cenobitism. The principles of the Studite reform, meaning the integrated common life, poverty, strict equality among the monks, has suffered numerous violations after Theodore's death. Even inside Studios monastery, we know that those violations existed due to sources that are not to be suspected on the grounds of hostility towards monasticism, as is the case with such as the scripts or the scribal work of Symeon Sturdite, the Catechesis of Symeon the New Theologian in his life, written by his disciple Nikitas Stithatos. Those resources remind us of private dinners that take place in the cells by wealthy monks, something that goes against the rule of the community habits, as well as the propertylessness, equality among the monks. We know that Symeon is very strict towards those violations of the monastic ideal. But more than those violations of the rule, what we're more interested here is a deviation attempted by Symeon vis-à-vis the Theodore Studite ideal. For Theodore, the essence of Studite monasticism was the common life, experienced as charity among brothers. The Studite monk would remain in his cell only for a while, and by the way, this cell was usually a dorm, meaning that common life extended up to the point of sleeping all together in the same place. If the monk was not in the church for the various liturgical obligations or to listen to the abbot's catechesis, they might find themselves in the garden, the workshops, the kitchen. The time for individual prayer between the morning service and the beginning of their assignment was very short. The prayer of Studite monk among their worship obligations consisted of reciting the psalms during their daily work. On the contrary, Symeon encourages his monks to pray in their cells. This didn't change radically the order of the daily life of Studite monks, but filled the gaps with incitations to pray more. In his 26th catechesis, he encourages a monk to spend the time that they don't dedicate to services or assignments in their cell or their own place inside the common dorm. When the lunch ends, the monk needs to rush to his cell, close the door, take his psalter and start chanting. Soon they need to start a more internal prayer. This is what Symeon recommends on the 26th catechesis. You need to be courageous, you need to focus your mind and not let your mind be distracted. You need to clench your feet, you need to put your feet together, you need to stay to the spot without moving. Close your eyes so that your eyes won't see anything else. That will allow the disruption of your prayer. And then with all your heart, raise your mind and your heart to the heaven, to God, asking for its mercy. End of quote. For Symeon, the monk's prayer inside the cell or the individual prayer, even during the service, is a key characteristic of monastic incline. For Theodore, this incline was focusing around the charity and common life. So Symeon introduced in monastic life what had been in line to the heart of hermit life. Monks, according to Symeon, live at the heart of an urban monastery, so they can experience the spirituality of a monk living in desert. So, after Symeon, although Symeon's spirituality is considered with suspicion on behalf of the ecclesiastical hierarchy, it survived underground, hidden, prior to being highlighted during the 13th century. The change it brought about in the life of Cenobitic monasteries has left its imprint on the history of Byzantine monasticism. Nikitas Tithatas, a disciple and biographer of Symeon, he collected all the teaching of his lord in a hypotyposis that was different than the one attributed to Theodore, where he codifies individual prayer of monks on every occasion of the day. Lists of psalms to recite, spiritual texts on the basis of which they can meditate. This text is very similar to the 26 catechesis of Symeon and indicates that the part of individual prayer inside the cell or even during the service has become quite meaningful in studios. So therefore, this has been a transformation of Studite Cenobitism. Other changes will become more apparent in urban monasticism, and we talk about changes that for the first time cannot be attributed to Symeon. So, during the times that followed his death, we saw many monasteries being founded by members of the imperial family or other royal families. In order to address only the Constantinopolis, let's talk about St. George of Magenstadt. This monastery was founded by Constantine's gladiator Theotokos Perivleptos and Kecharitomeni, that was founded by the wife of Alexis Komnenos. Most of those monasteries saw the rule of equality being violated because the monks of noble origin enjoyed more spacious cells, better nutrition, even servants sometimes. New transformative movements will start, as the one that started in the monastery of Theotokos Evergetes, the typical of which will be adopted by many monasteries. At the same time, many members of the laity start attending the service in the monastery's church, because those services were seen to them like being more adapted to their spiritual needs compared to the big litanies in cathedrals or the ones in the St. Sophia of Constantinopolis. It was so much that the service and the operation of monasteries would affect the service and the operation of the churches in the city. Robert Hart, in his study about the development of Byzantine worship, talks about the symbiosis of cathedrals and monasteries. This is another aspect of a connection between urban monasticism and secular people. Urban monasticism in Byzantium is sometimes inspired by numerous and controversial currents and trends. Between Theodore's idea regarding the equality among the monks, the non-possession, the comprehensive common life, its interpretation by Symeon and Nikitas, individual prayer of the monks in cells, as well as exaggerations of the royal people who founded those monasteries, one can make numerous combinations. And one could also mention the financial problems of monasteries, and emperors tried to find a solution to that. It is in this complex history of Byzantine monasticism that the role of Symeon appears to focus on an effort to reunite inside the monasteries the spiritual aspect. And this small revolution is not something that was imposed immediately. Spiritual endeavors cannot be controlled by politics or ecclesiastical forces and authorities, therefore is disruptive and should happen in a discreet way throughout the centuries. However, it continued its underground course in order to reappear at the late 13th century on Mount Athos with the Hesychast movement. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much for this very interesting paper. Let's now move on to the next presentation that will be delivered by Mr. Dimitris Moschos. Of course, there's no need to make an introduction to Mr. Moschos. He's a professor in church history at the Faculty of Theology at the University of Athens. His research interests focus on the history of Eastern Christianity, laying emphasis on late antiquity. You have the floor. Thank you so much.
Ωραία. Μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε την... Λοιπόν, καταρχήν να ευχαριστήσω και εγώ...
First of all, I would like to thank you for including me in this very interesting panel, especially right after Mrs. Kongudo, because we could say that it is a comment or rather a parallel interpretation to the same things. Especially when it comes to the more ancient monastic models. So I'm not an expert on the entirety of the work of Symeon, but at least I will present my area of expertise. Indeed, Symeon, his work, belongs in this big chain of questions and answers that were raised by the monastic movement in relation to its ideals and the society around it. And it seems that Symeon gives a new turn to the lively discussion, the lively debate in the 5th and 6th century about how salvation is achieved, how the life of people is given meaning when it is dedicated to Christ. And we will see how that happened in the 11th century. And why is that? Because monasticism in its early years, either in the 4th century in Egypt or even earlier in radical movements in Syria, is always a debate on how we can experience the end times, the experience of salvation, how we can experience it in this life. So the first Christians phrase that in their text with an experience so-called the integration into Christ, but at the same time it is a collective group community phenomenon. So the first Christians use vocabulary such as society of saints, saint nation, new Israel, etc. So this identity is transformed into monasticism around the beginning of 4th century. Usually we believe that this is the derivative of the behavior of some charismatic figures that cannot be controlled, either in Egypt, such as Antonius the Great or Pachomius the Great or Amun of Nitria, or other important ascetists who later submitted to various ecclesiastic structure. And at the end of their course, this turns into the rules of the 4th Ecumenical Council. In reality, if we read carefully the details of the lives of these people and combine them with other historical facts, we can see that even in the most hermetic figures, there is a group functioning around them, supports them materially, and creates a narrative that interprets and gives meaning to their work. The most typical example is the life of Antonius the Great, which gave a push in the middle of the 4th century in order that monasticism becomes a life model throughout the Christian world. So it's not just a single person, but a group around that figure. So there was a group around Antonius the Great which recorded and wrote down his achievements and his life. The fourth important step in the 4th century is the theorization of monastic life in a particularly spiritualized eschatology, anthropology by Evagrius Ponticus after 388, who, even if he disembodied and platonized within a controversial way the experience of the end days, so this, as we said, controversial creation to which I was opposed had also a positive consequence, meaning that it became part of the ascetic theory and technique, the introspection, the exploration of the intention and the interior of people, what we today call depth psychology. Even though Evagrius and his group seems to be lost from Egypt, for various reasons that I will not enumerate right now, he came back, mainly the Syrian-Palestinian area, with a corpus of Syrian translations and renditions into Greek, in Syria, and then in Minor Asia in Constantinople after the second half of the 5th century, and mainly during the 6th century. So we can observe ascetic movements that had diarchic perceptions in the experience of the ongoing struggle against the evil. So there is this perception that people keep having a struggle with the evil, and this is an ongoing struggle. And the main logic is that even if you are baptized, even if you participate in the life of church and you participate in the Holy Communion, you cannot stop this attack by the evil. This can be only achieved through the ongoing struggle. However, there is another camp that says that sacraments are enough in order to be protected against the evil. This debate is highlighted by another tendency as well, that tends to undermine the evil. For example, Marcus the Ascetic, in his questions and answer, and says, the group of people that says that sin exists even after baptism. And those people ask, if we were freed by baptism, why didn't we see the air of freedom as those who keep struggling? So what we usually call Messalian perception is the perception of people who pay great attention to this struggle, this battle against the devil, using the body, using the physical aspect. On the other hand, there is a tendency in Western Syria where union and return to participation equals salvation, and this can be achieved through the participation in the only reality in Christ. and this can be achieved through baptism and participation in the sacraments. And the sacraments elevate people towards the good. And this can happen through the divine enlightenment and prayer with the help of sacraments. So, if you participate in the sacraments and if you interpret them in the right way, this will help you elevate yourself. This mainly derives from the sayings of Evagrius Ponticus, who used to say that we shouldn't abandon our faith in the baptism, but we should utilize our baptism in various ways. And we have evidence that the areopagitica works follow the same logic. These questions come back in various ways when we discuss the identity of Christians in a specific context. Saint Symeon deepened this problematic by studying Mark the Ascetic, and he says that there is no antithesis in the achievement of salvation by means of struggles or baptism. But we have to deepen into the meaning and shaping of criteria and motives for these struggles. He says that those that fasten or those who are deprived of sleep, food, water, or lie on the ground, they don't, those people that do that, they don't work for God, they do it to benefit themselves. And only if they do it again through humiliation and spiritual knowledge. So baptism is not rejected as insufficient, but rather the responsibility for one's course after the baptism is stressed. Those that after the baptism proceed to unlawful or wrong actions, those that pollute their body or the house of God, have to follow multiple methods of penance in order to redeem themselves before God. So they will need their redemption. The baptism is not enough for their redemption. People experience what the eye didn't see and the mind didn't hear, according to Apostle Paul. And this can only be achieved through the body and blood of our Lord Jesus Christ. So we cannot be talking about rejection of the sacraments, but rather processing of our experience of the sacraments. So people perceive the knowledge of God as a pearl that is inside an oyster, and this love becomes a miracle that cannot be told and narrated to all. It cannot be understood, but it can be perceived outside the world with senses. So we talk about a knowledge that turns to the interior of mind. So it seems that the light comes from the above. It doesn't have a beginning or an end or a middle. It's the Spirit, it's the Son, and the Father. So the entire Holy Trinity. However, there is big responsibility by the priests to make reference to this elevation of the Spirit that should take place. The speaker cites passages from the ethical discourses of Symeon. So in his infamous letter about priesthood and about bind and loose, he explains that the sanctity of sacraments belongs to priests, but the absolution does not belong to a certain class, nor monks, neither bishops nor monks. Absolution should be granted to those that live in following the example of the apostles and they participate in the Holy Spirit, as evidenced by their works. And the speaker cites a passage from this first letter. So, absolution is not just granted by the priest, by the monk, it should be gained. This might seem, even though it is not, a conflict between institution and charisma. It is a long tradition since important fathers such as Basil the Great paid great attention to the spiritual course of priests for the progression of all those that participate in the church life. And we know that Pachomius the Great had avoided priesthood, but he accepted confessions, even from people that spoke Latin. Also, Vita of Nikitas Tithatos follows the patterns of the life of Pachomius. For example, Pachomius was called to defend himself because of the charisma of cardiognosis. So there is a parallelism with Symeon, who was also banished and he had to appear in front of the patriarch to defend himself. That's the context in which Symeon lives and interacts. But he doesn't live in the 5th century, he lives in the 11th century. What happened in the meantime? There are no longer the cities and the old local elites. Already from the 6th and the 7th century. So, in the Middle Byzantine era, the development of encyclopedism is supported by charismatic personalities, and it has already started before Symeon. It didn't start now. And high-rank officers quite often invest their high salaries into earth and then have an influence on the monasteries. And they became sponsors of many monasteries. And despite the efforts of various emperors to stop this phenomenon of crossing certain lines in order not to create regional dynasties of big landowners, this is not always the case. Such an example is the order, the circular of Nikiforos Phokas in 963-64, during the first year of his kingdom, who said, who talked about this particular phenomena of sponsorships to the monasteries and the plethora of monasteries. So he said, if you want to undertake such sponsorships, if you are generous enough, yes, do that, but do that in monasteries that have been destroyed, that are in need. It's there where you should extend a hand of help, but you are not allowed to erect new monasteries. So Symeon makes this effort, and what happens? All these things Nikiforos Phokas talks about is also the case for the monastery of St. Mamas. Symeon's biographer says that Antonius the abbot accepts Symeon, but in 2 years later the monastery is in a dreadful state. So the monastery was not in a bad state when Symeon arrived. The church was a building of Emperor Mavrikios dating back to the 6th century. Therefore, even though it was a small community, we have to assume that when Symeon became abbot, it was not under collapse, but it was an institution oriented to send certain practices of public relations. There were events taking place, celebrations taking place. And this is evident from certain details in the works of Saint Symeon. Because Symeon, talking to the monks, say, don't look at the wealth that some people throw into your feet. Don't even look at them. Even if you believe that this wealth will be used to protect and help the poor, not even then. Also, in his 11th catechesis, talking about attention to reading, the speaker cites a passage from the 11th catechesis. So he says, I don't think you would ever feel sleepy if you were around the table. You would take something from the table for other people as well. Why won't you do the same for the salvation of your soul? Also in Catechesis 18, he talks about the whispering of devil when an abbot dies. The devil whispers into the ear of certain monks in order to attract them to become candidate abbot. And the speaker cites the relevant passage that talks about the devil whispering into the ears of the monks after the death of the abbot of the monastery. He talks about the temptation into which the monks entered after the death of an abbot, and he doesn't make up these temptations. Clearly, they were things that were true at the time. So I believe that out of these details, it is easy to infer the socio-economic conditions of monastic life in the 11th century. Saint Symeon renovates not just the monastery, but monastic life inside the monastery. He removes the area of the shrine from the church, and he makes certain changes in order to give more emphasis to the liturgic life. Also, he creates a library in order to strengthen the tendency to study. And also there is the gathering in order to listen to the catechesis, which was an ancient habit already included in the Pachomian rules. But here it seems to be connected to the matins, 2-3 times per week. Saint Symeon in these speeches, in his catechesis, even though he is addressed mainly to monks, he also communicates with another audience that were visiting the monastery. He reminds the monks that soldiers and officers are those that have a direct relationship with the emperor. This is not a surprise in military, at the time, Byzantine society, which was at war. But in his 11th catechesis, we have this beautiful image mentioned by Mr. Patedakis in this morning. He describes the commercial life and habits of trade people in celebrations. And he draws a conclusion. Out of this lively description, it becomes evident that the audience was not only monks, but also everyday people, professionals, tradesmen that happened to find themselves in the monastery. Also, we learn about his spiritual child, Genesius, who was a patrician. He had those connections. But he wanted to change the spirit inside the monasteries, to urge the monks to take up responsibility for their spiritual life. And the language used is another characteristic. In his hymns, there is a tonic meter, as we can see in hymn 17, which is now cited by the speaker. So he uses a scholar language, but also semi-vernacular, semi-scholar, semi-vernacular. He opens up to society in order to share his mystic experience. The secular dimension of its catechetic work might explain the controversy with the bureaucracy that was developed after the 10th century in order to provide solutions to technical problems. Concluding, we can say that Symeon's heritage, besides his heritage in praying technique, his main heritage is the transfer of the experience of salvation to all people of his era, and the emphasis on the intention and personal responsibility of each and every person in order to achieve salvation. And this is what links him to the ancient monastic models of Syria and of the Egypt and of the Eastern tradition. And that will be further advanced in the late Byzantine period and during the late medieval times, where people will start to seek more personal salvation paths in a growing, individualized and primarily urban world. And that will lead to the theology of hesychasm. It also provides a link with the more contemporary movements in Western Christianism, where the certainty of salvation exceeds the compliance to the formalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this extremely interesting presentation. We have some time by 4:30 for discussion. A clarification regarding the questions addressed to Madame Congourdeau. She can understand questions in Greek and in English. As soon as you speak slowly, she will answer in English. And if you need help, we also have French-speaking colleagues who will help us. Mr. Abatsidis. I would like to thank both speakers, and I have to say that those lectures touch upon major points of my interest. Most of all, I am interested in the relation of this spirituality represented by Symeon in the 11th century in Messianianism. And further to discussion we had with Ms. Congourdeau this morning, I would like to say that I'm rather cautious to whether synobitic life excludes internal prayer or whether it excludes the vision of God. I have my reservations on whether we can divide things that much, saying that, okay, we have a synobitic monasticism here, the type that was introduced by Theodore Studite, and on the other hand, we have the hermit-like or ecstatic Symeon the New Theologian-like monasticism, while the vision of God and the experience prevail. Of course, I know that Messianism is a problem for research. What do we mean by Messianism? It's obvious that Saint Symeon the New Theologian is not an ancient Messianian. He's not like those Messianians that we started coming across in the case of Epiphanes or Timotheus of Constantinople. If, for example, we consider further to Duryea that Messianism is a counterfeit decline of Syrian monasticism without doctrinal deviations, then we are going to interpret differently this concept of Messianian and the characterization of Messianian to Symeon. The concept that Chrysomelos, Sule, Mask, etc. says Theophilus. This aspect characterizes Symeon as Messianian and also says that he lies behind the adventure experienced by Chrysomelos. I would like to listen to a comment on this distinction between the internal spirituality and the Synobitic monasticism, the most classic monasticism. And I would also dare to ask a challenging question. If we can indeed talk about a mild Messianism as per Duryea's opinion, meaning a Messianism that does not accept that we have the hypostasis of evil in the man, that does not accept that baptism is insufficient. So if we can talk of a mild Messianism, that mainly refers to this internal vision of God, then what's the problem with that? I know that's an eccentric question. Then what's wrong with that? Maybe in order to facilitate Ms. Congourdon, maybe could you repeat the main points of your question in simple words? Mr. Abadzidis repeats his question in French.
L'issυχasme. C'est quelque chose qui est radical pour la conception monastique de Théodore de Studite, par exemple. Et c'est la question. Où le problème? Le problème est en ce qui concerne la protection du moine novice par excès ascétique ou la prière intérieure, la vie intérieure, c'est quelque chose qui contradit l'essence du monacisme et reflète des modèles hérétiques comme par exemple le messianisme. Où est le problème? Le problème est la prière intérieure, le problème est la vie de Dieu. Où est le problème? Et quelle est la différence entre la vie de Dieu par Saint Symeon le Théologien, par exemple, ou la vie de Dieu au Ancien Testament, au prophète, au prophétisme?
In fact, I did not place myself on the theological level, but on the level of the monastic everyday life, the form of life. So I didn't enter into the theological questions. It was just the way of life of a Cenobitic monk. My topic was the difference of the way of life that Theodore Studittis recommended, and the place of the personal prayer in this everyday life. I didn't enter into the contenu of this spiritual life. It was just the everyday life, everyday way of life. So Messalianism is on another level of. I didn't. Je n'ai pas abordé ce niveau-là. Je me suis contentée de la forme de vie quotidienne du moine, qui est différente selon Théodore Studit, où tout est en commun et la prière individuelle n'a pas beaucoup de place, et Symeon qui réintroduit la place de la prière individuelle à l'intérieur du cénobitisme studite. Voilà, je n'ai pas abordé les problèmes théologiques. Je suis désolée.
Δεν την κλειτώνω δηλαδή. Όχι, έχετε δίκιο. Είναι ενδιαφέρουσα η...
Yes, you are right. Well, Theophilus, if in the Messalians, if we call Messalians those who do not subjugate, who do not obey the rules or have an uncontrolled monastic life, okay, that's a flexible concept, and we can characterize people in Messalians on the basis of this flexible concept. But if we opt to another level of discussion, it's not easy to do that. We had said that with Stathis and Fichen, who had also wrote things about that, had also written things about it. We saw that there was another interpretation to the phenomenon. I believe that we need mainly to stick to whether we have specific perceptions, we have demons that circulate, we have incompatible phenomena, there's a constant and continuous never-ending struggle and battle. And the certainty comes when in this external material world we see those things moving away. But you see that we have this mythology that circulates until today. In the constructive mythology we have regarding the various forms of demons and spirits. Well, everything stems from that. Okay, how can we call everyone who talks about these issues a Messalian? And I would like to remind you that in the Hesychast controversy, this particular current, not everyone, this particular current, that was the most sophisticated ones, the Neoplatonic, were being called Messalians. At the same time, they were being accused of the fact that you have psychosomal experiences, although if you were part of the monastic tradition, then the person who will really see God, have a vision of God, will have a vision of God that is internal, inside them. So you do realize that sometimes we touch upon bits and pieces of those things. So maybe we need further to define what we want and then proceed to the interpretation. Thank you very much. And I have a question addressed to Dimitris. The whole Messalianism issue is rather complicated. Like Sophia said, an explanation has been given to the situation, but allow me to add something else. To my point of view, is rather clear. We have a problem with Symeon's teaching for baptism. This is problematic because he says that Christians are only those who have received the Holy Spirit through the baptism. And at the same time, we also say that the denomination Messalian entails some difficulties and challenges. Like I said yesterday, an effort is being made in order to mainstream things. Today we have some teachings that are problematic, and we cannot forget that, of course. Well, you know, this is a discussion that goes way back. The monks that start from Syria since the 4th century. The baptism in that case is a statement, a declaration that they no longer have the same ties with the rest of the world. Otherwise, there's no point in getting baptized. So this is a very old discussion. Allow me to say that this is not something new. It can be interpreted in other ways, but of course I cannot insist because it's a matter of interpretation, like I said. There's also this whole discussion that needs to be revisited, meaning why baptism in Eastern Syrian reality gives special emphasis on exorcism, whereas in the Areopagal work there's no such reference being made. In their interpretation, an interpretation provided saying that there's a whole battle, struggle, a fight against demons. You do realize that this emphasis on the evil that recurs and returns, and some other authors had written about differences in the ritual. You do realize that there's an ancient Christological perception, and in the West we have the traditional way of baptism. So all those things stem exactly from there. That's a thought that just crossed my mind. I'm not a historian, I'm not an expert in doctrines, but I think they might be related. Anyway, well, I can't help but think that the teaching of St. Symeon on baptism is no different to what Gregory Palamas says. And it's no different to what other saints say. And Miss Congourdeau, please, tell us a few things, because in Kavasilas we have perceptions about baptism, but they do not end at the sacrament of baptism. The entire struggle of the human being focuses on how they can preserve this grace and make it more fruitful. It's not that, okay, I got baptized, that's the end of the story. The entire life of a faithful man in Christ is a constant struggle. And Kavasilas also says that it is with the opinion, thanks to the liberty, you can receive this grace. If you don't do that in the ascetic form that is free, okay, Kavasilas is a Euchid, he is a Messalian, so in the Byzantine times they had a problem and they were afraid that maybe the perceivable signs of grace are Messalianism-like. And given that in many other cases, you are also aware with another story that takes place in the same period at Alexiada, where they could have the chief of Vogomilos in there, and then the emperor would investigate them, and then he was convicted and condemned. The same applies to Byzantium, the same applies to today. What do the zealots do? Okay, they give you an accusation that you're a heretic. Okay, in the Byzantium they would say, okay, you're a Messalian. Today, unfortunately, the Western researchers, in their reception of hesychasm, and we saw that also happened in the case of Symeon, who wasn't included in the patristics. Okay, they try to stem from a hesychastic tradition, according to which those things were valid throughout the Ottoman Empire occupation. All those who were accused in Palamas, if you see what they're writing about Palamas, if you see the accusations, I believe that a faithful man would blush listening to all those things. So, okay, we have the Messalian characterization, and when we have perceivable aspects of grace, they say, okay, you're Messalian. And now we struggle to explain what is Messalianism all about, what is not Messalian. And okay, why do we have a way to measure the grace? Can we further exercise pressure on the text to better understand what's happening? Therefore, we need to be cautious. We need to be cautious with the use of the term Messalianism, because the great tradition of Eastern monasticism might be perceived by some people as Messalian-like. I believe that this is what Mr. Batzidis means. Why is this Messalian-like? No, it's not. We need to set a specific limit to that. And maybe a historical doctrinal research on Messalianism could help us. So I would like to listen to Ms. Kongourjo's comment. How can we combine the teaching on baptism in Kavasila and in Symeon? Because to my point of view, those are two parallel teachings. There's no difference. Is there a difference in the connotation? It's just like when I speak, I might give emphasis on this axis, or when Mr. Moskos will speak, he will give emphasis on another axis. But this does not necessarily mean that we have two different things.
Yes, I agree. I agree. There is no problem between Symeon and Kavasilas. They have the Orthodox faith. The same.
The same.
Yes, I believe. Oui, non, je pensais qu'effectivement, on ne peut pas opposer, même s'ils ont des expériences. We can't oppose, even if they have very different experiences, we can't oppose Symeon and Nicolas Kavasilas. They have the same faith, Orthodox faith. They have not the same experience. They have not the same way of living Christianity, but they have the same faith. I agree.
Ευχαριστώ. Για το βάπτισμα θα ήθελα και εγώ κάτι να σημειώσω.
The question, a comment about baptism as well. I believe that baptism is a dynamic state. The baptism in tears is a requirement for repentance. This is what makes people worthy of the grace of God, especially in the works of Symeon. There are excerpts in which he stresses, he underlines the role of tears that make people more prone to receive the grace of God. The question is off the microphone.
Το μικρόφωνο το ανοίξτε.
Όλο αυτό λέω το οποίο πάρα πολύ...
What Mr. Velopoulos described is about the sins that happen after baptism. In Symeon, the new theologian, it is evident that baptism is what erases the original sin and all other sins that happened up to the moment of the baptism. I'm not sure if we can talk about a sensible experience of baptism or about a conscious experience of the grace that comes from baptism or in general. And Mr. Kala has a question as well. I would just like to underline that in Messianism, that Mr. Yagazoglu talked about, we cannot be talking about what Messianism is exactly, because I believe it is a phantom. Every time that there is a problem in monastic life, the hierarchy has a problem, this phantom appears, the Messians. So the most serious form of Messianism is a tendency, not a movement. So we've been talking about a movement, but it is not a movement in the Syrian Eastern Orthodox tradition. There isn't such a movement. Yes, in a monastery there are 1 to 2 monks that have a position, and we can say that they have something that can resemble to Messianism. But the phantom is always alive. Columba Stewart's work is dedicated on that. I think it is a good piece of work because it precisely demonstrates this problem. There are no other questions. Yes, I would just like to add to that just a last comment. I believe that on the part of the society, every time conditions are mature and the question is raised, what happens after the baptism? The person that is baptized awaits to see something, but they don't. Does anything change in the life of the person that is being baptized? That was the fact at the beginning. But at some point, they couldn't see the difference between baptized people and non-baptized people. So monasticism wanted to give new content, new meaning to the terms of baptism. That should become an identity for the community. Antonius the Great goes to the temple, to the church, and says, if you want to be complete, Satan. But before entering the church, he was thinking how the first apostles did that and that. There is a small detail. He thought about that before going into the church. So he condensed an entire debate in Central Egypt, which was if you take a look at the map, you will see that Antonius the Great is a product, let's say, of the long peace. And what he does has an impact on the next phase, after the end of persecutions. Sometimes priests say that if you don't understand, something is wrong with you. That's not the right position by the clergy as well. That's a very big debate. There are no other questions, and we are running out of time as well. So I would like to thank Ms. Concourdeau and Mr. Moschos